All right, everyone, welcome to the 40th anniversary of Amtgard, brought to you live from Gathering of the Kingdoms in Santa Fe, New Mexico. This is the annual meeting of the Amtgard International Circle of Monarchs Committee. We are not live streaming this year, but all of you will hopefully disperse the recording of this meeting to your kingdoms. So the rest of you out there will be seeing me say all this in about 8 hours or so. All of our in-person attendees, thank you so much for making the trip up here and keeping this tradition of in-person meetings alive so that we can all be together in the same room to celebrate this game and to celebrate 40 years of this game that's meant so much to all of us for so many years and continues to mean new things to new people every day. And it's our hope that through the business of this circle, that we keep the spirit of the game alive and that we always act in the best interest of the game, which is to grow our game and to keep our traditions alive while at the same time embracing change, moving forward and creating a game for the future that our kids will like to play and want to tell their friends about. And it's my hope today that we do business that is in accordance with those values. We're going to be working through the agenda. If you're in the room physically, just raise your hand and that you want to speak. If you were virtually attending, use the raise hand function to denote that you want to speak and you will be called. The first thing we're going to do is call attendance for the official record. So I will, I can use this computer. Excellent. So recording view, so this is going to be the view for recording. I think this is good, right? Perfect. Okay, all right. So when I call your name, just say presence. Burning Lands, Celestial Kingdom, Dragon Spine, Desert Winds.
Desert Winds isn't in person.
Okay. Emerald Hills, Golden Plains, Polaris, Rivermore, Rising Winds, Tal de Gore, West March, 13 Roads, Blackspire. So you'll notice at home that I've divided it. The first 10 kingdoms on every vote will be the in-present people. Then we'll switch to not in-person people. So now we'll be switching to the virtual. So that means we'll unmute there.
Present.
And so we'll go back up to, who was it that was Desert Winds? Blackspire.
Desert Winds did not make it to the Gathering of Kingdoms.
I think the smooth thing to do would be to skip Desert Winds when we get to them there and then do Desert Winds at the end.
You got it. All right, Desert Winds. So now we are on Crystal Grove.
Present.
Iron Mountains.
Present.
Golden Vale.
Present.
Northern Lights.
Present.
Iron Mountains.
Iron Mountains.
Present.
Northreach. Neverwinter.
Present.
And still waiting on Northreach, Logan Thornton.
Present.
Right. Viridian Outlands.
Present.
Winter's Edge. Let's see William in there. William Dean.
Here, but we're talking on chat, so I'll send him another message.
Wetlands.
I'm here.
Nine Blades.
Present.
And I did this last year. I didn't bring my glasses. That's why I am.
I'm present. I'm just having trouble with my audio.
Can we call Desert Winds?
Desert Winds.
You called me and I said here.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, perfect. So I think we are ready to take off on the agenda. We have all kingdoms in attendance. Perfection. Item number one. One of the proudest traditions of Amtgard is bringing in new kingdoms. Someone would have to remind me in the room when the second kingdom was formed.
Second.
Yeah.
I think that was 1987.
87-ish, the second kingdom was brought. Now we're up to 23.
88.
88.
Thank you.
The executive committee is going to invite the member representing 13 roads to speak for a little bit less than 10 minutes on their kingdom and kind of give a brief summary. Hopefully everyone has read their kingdom bid packet, which should have contained any information to answer your questions. So he's going to speak for about 10 minutes. Then we're going to hold their vote, and then we'll be free to hold discussion after that. So 13 roads, come forward.
I'm Shinsek. Let's skip all the other stuff. First, I'd like to tell you face to face, we didn't cook books or fudge numbers as a principality, as a group project. We weren't looking to impress the COM with a sudden and short-lived spike in our attendance. The best practices governing COCs doesn't allow me to talk a whole lot about some of this, so bear with me. Credits. Yes, we found someone had done some stuff with credits for a very small number of players, a small number of times in the grand scheme of things. What was obviously not legitimate has been scrubbed from the ORK, and we dealt with it the best that we can. Credits for C2E2. There's no guidebook to running a convention. The players that ran demo were sharing how with new people. They stress tested an electronic wavering method, and that was a huge success, while also putting the spurs to the more, tagging each player to sign in individually. They introduced new people to something to do in a low-income state that has a dwindling population. They did their best in a region that hasn't gotten a lot of attention. They ran a convention that put Amtgard in front of a lot of people, and the people that ran that fighting pit did what they thought was right. They wavered and signed in everyone and put a This was a joint operation between two parts. We didn't get it right this time. Hopefully we'll be more successful at our next one. It sowed some seeds, including the possibility of connecting AI to convention foam fighting, a group, a corporation of people who specialize in running these sorts of things and directing people towards games like ours across the country. By the time concern had been risen about those signings, we had already been in communication with AI for nearly half a year, I believe, about our numbers across all of our chapters, and had already crossed the goals we set. People saw after the fact and made inaccurate conjectures about it. I don't think we're to blame for that. And had AI thought anything strange was going on, I'm sure they would have removed us from this agenda. The region is still getting to its feet, and that comes with some stumbling, but not without some successful steps, which we'll get to. I'm not supposed to be here. Our last monarch received a disciplinary action, leaving me to come to this meeting. I wish I could be here on better terms, but the reality is that I am here for something that I believe in all the same. I started playing Amtgard in 2004 when there were 10 kingdoms. Illinois chapters have been overseen by several kingdoms previously, and almost as many chapters that exist now have gotten involved. The area would come under the Rising Winds stewardship and then split across Tal'Dorei, the Rising Winds, and Polaris. Before all of that, I shared my first parks and beltlines with people that went on to become prolific knights the whole of Amtgard. This area has always been just on the edge of great happenings. So much so that there used to be an event there held between several kingdoms known as Keep on the Borderlands. I had to take a break from Amtgard for a long time and get my life together in the mid-2010s. When I returned in 2018, I came back with a fury to a state that was in disarray. Many had moved away, events were gone, and many parts were defunct. It took hours to go to events, and when we did, we felt alienated in our own kingdoms, let alone chase the attention of another to replace that kingdom. I started a new park on a college campus, and after some time in my new home, the Kingdom of Tal'Dorei, I decided that players in my state deserve better. We put some parks together, and I told Tal'Dorei at a Circle of Monarchs meeting, Illinois will always do Illinois better. Tal'Dorei's service area was too large in my opinion, and apparently I was convincing enough that others thought so too. The TD board listened, the TD COM listened, and by the time we drafted principality verbiage into our corpora and were ratified as a principality via all things, it was September 18th of 2020. The world was what it was, and Amtgard was an internet phenomenon at that point. We were among the chapters that were hosting virtual signings, classes, and tutorials for everything that you could imagine. It was among the darkest time in our club, and my scrappy principality was happy to host just about anyone from anywhere, holding on to the hope and light that we would return to in-person play someday. While people screamed not far away, "This game is dead," we carried the flame into the night. Despite this huge success in cross-pollination, we decided that after the pandemic lifted, we would distance ourselves from virtual signings because we did not think that AI or the AICOM would be happy to consider those credits, with a whopping 561 players entered 2/28 of 2021. We may not have saved Amtgard, but in my head, we helped individual people over those times on my little Discord server. We pulled 11 chapters under our banner since September of 2020 and watched as freehold began to spring up around us. Never demanding, but always welcoming at our gatherings. In my opinion, to go back to our parent kingdom would be a problem and greatly disturb their culture and governance. We possess a culture very different to the states that surround us and are delineated by clear borders. We from the start have operated in one state under one set of real world legislation, and we hope to pull chapters behold to tell the board, chapters of Polaris, and freeholds that are in Illinois under our banner. But we want to do so by attracting them, not twisting arms and no hollow gilded promises. Since formation, we've established online dues paying. We've established bank accounts for our chapters. We've established a 501c3 tax exempt status for our business site. We're holding events that push 100 attendees and draw visitors from several kingdoms. These events have previously split proceeds so that parks could afford things they need to grow. We're reaching across game boundaries and attracting players from Amtgard, spinoffs of Mira, and even former Darkon players, one of which now serves in Principality Monarchy. And the greatest cases, in my opinion, are the ones ending silly feuds between our games and unifying our hobby. Players who haven't touched the stick in years are coming out of the woodwork to see what all the fuss is about and are happy to see new young faces in charge, still calling for the same old games that they know how to play. We've blown our parent kingdoms out of the water in food fight, we took third. Spring muster, results weren't posted, but we're confident we took that in that. And Amp Pride, we were sixth. We've passed the scrutiny of AI and declared eligible for your judgment. Many people have called for a unified Illinois kingdom over my near 2 decades associated to this game. Many mentored and planted trees they knew they'd never see the shade of. This is an unprecedented charge in my region and its history, and some of us in 13 Roads have found ourselves intentionally misquoting Samwise Gamgee. If I take one more step, it'll be the closest to an Illinois kingdom I've ever been. That next step is this vote, and even if it's a no, I'm proud that we've come this far. Do we have any questions?
We'll be taking questions after that. We're going to go ahead and move to your vote now. Thank you for speakers.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, guys, as we denoted earlier, when we're conducting votes, I'll be calling the in-person people first, and then we'll be skipping to the online people. Because of lags, just kind of give a few seconds, and as soon as you answer, I'll move on to the next person. So on the matter of 13 Roads, I hope everyone took their time to read their kingdom bid packet. It contained their corpora, their bylaws, everything you could have wanted to know about that kingdom. I hope you took the time to read it. And now we've heard from their representative speaking to events as of late, as well as his personal viewpoints on what the mission and vision of 13 Roads is. And according to what you've learned, it's now time for us to execute our vote to decide if we want to grow our game at this time by admitting the Principality of 13 Roads as a full kingdom with all rights therein. If that is done, they will participate in the remainder of this meeting as a full member. If that is not done, they'll go back to the drawing board and try again next year. So at this time, we're going to execute the vote. If this vote fails, a member of the COM may motion to have more discussion on this matter, and we will have the discussion, and we can also motion to visit the matter again and vote again immediately today. All right, so let's get it done. On the matter of elevating 13 Roads to full kingdom status, Burning Lands, how do you vote? No. Celestial Kingdom, how do you vote? No. Dragonspine, how do you vote?
Yes.
Desert Winds. Oh, it's online. That's right. I'll come back to you, Desert Winds. Sorry, I'll get that. Emerald Hills.
Yes.
Golden Plains. Polaris.
No.
Rivermore.
Yes.
Rising Winds. Cal de Gore.
Yes.
West March.
Yeah.
Blackspire.
Yes. Yes.
Yep. Go ahead, Blackspire. Just unmute. Oh, we have, yeah. You got it unmuted. Yeah, unmute and see if we can hear you.
Yes.
Crystal Groves.
Crystal Groves votes yes.
Golden Vale.
Yes.
Iron Mountains.
Barren Mountains votes yes.
Northern Lights,
Northern Lights votes yes.
Northreach,
Northreach votes yes.
Neverwinter,
Neverwinter votes yes.
Viridian Outlands,
The Viridian Outlands vote yes.
Winter's Edge,
Winter's Edge votes no.
Wetlands,
Wetlands votes no.
Nine Blades,
Nine Blades votes yes.
Desert Winds,
Desert Winds votes yes.
Okay, well, by the narrowest of margins, but that will not be remembered in hindsight. We would like to officially welcome the 13 roads as the newest kingdom of Amtgard. Yes. Yes, so the margin is 15 kingdoms voting yes, 7 kingdoms voting no, 0 abstentions. All right, I believe we have a kingdom charter to present. We will sign the charter after the meeting, but still, do we have it to present? We will just show it to everyone. Oh. Sure. I heard. It's a, you're just stealing juice boxes.
Yes, I am.
Isn't Cash supposed to be here for that?
13. Your online voters.
You have to ask her. I'm not sure.
Awesome.
I don't think she's a rep right now.
All right, everyone. Here we are. The back. At the conclusion of the meeting, we'd be honored if everyone here signed the charter. Or you can pass it around to them now, but everyone can get all the.
Don't spill the juice boxes on it, okay?
All right. King now is it? King now is it?
Congratulations, Meg and breathe.
Right. Okay. We are double sided. Okay, so we're moving on to the next section. Does anyone virtually, would they like to say anything? You can have a moment to speak on this matter or to congratulate the kingdom. Lots of congratulations.
On behalf of the Desert Winds, congratulations.
Thank you. Crystal Grove.
Congratulations, 13 roads.
Congratulations.
Welcome 13 Roads. Congratulations from Nine Blades.
Congratulations, 13 roads. I've had the pleasure of working with you guys for multiple events and I'm so proud.
And Winter's Edge.
Congratulations, you guys. Well done.
Your vote, either way, yes or no. If you did put in a no vote, we would love to hear from you and listen to our elders as we continue to grow and hopefully make Amtgard a better place for all of us that are here now and everyone that joins later.
Thanks, guys. All right. So now I would like our rules representative organizer to take the floor. We're going to be moving through the rules revision votes. Hopefully everyone took the time to read the package and to read the agenda to understand how these are going to play out. Which probably did or did not happen. So there are several votes, and I'm kind of going to let Craig, you handle most of this since you're the expert on it. You will basically quickly explain what we're going to vote, state the title of the vote, and then I will go through the roll call. So at this point, we'll turn it over to Manama, our rules representative organizer.
Hello, everyone. This year, we're voting for the play test that we just did for the last year to actually be put in the rule book. Most of these changes are the changes that happened last year. You guys should have all been able to review the document. I had two that I put out. One was all the raw changes, as well as an explanation of the evolution of these rules changes over the play test. So as people may know, we did a change in mid-play test in February, where the rules reps voted to slightly tweak the play test and change around some of the things based on the feedback from the community and also from their kingdoms. And then going into this meeting, we also had the same thing happen again. We took the feedback from those mid-play test changes and tried to refine those even further. This is divided into two sections. The first section is the first thing you're going to vote on, which is just the full package. Like I said, this contains all the changes from last year, plus any tweaks that were basically totally in scope of what we changed last year. There's also a non-package changes that you'll be voting on individually afterwards. And those changes are things that were either at the edge of the scope or they didn't have similar to last year, where we had some items that were out of the package that were just kind of barely there at the margin for voting, which was 2/3 of the rules reps. And so we include them separately. You guys will vote on those individually. So for this first one, I did have a presentation a month ago where I talked about the changes. Anything that was marked in red were things that were changed from the last playtest last year, or from the approved playtest from last year. And if this gets voted in, once the rule book is posted, which will be next month in August, then all these rules would then be put in the rule book. So yeah, this requires 18 votes with the addition of 13 roads. It was 17 votes, now it's 18. The first thing you guys are going to vote on is all the package changes.
Okay, as stated in the agenda, and as Craig just said, we're executing the vote on the package changes to be accepted. Right, on the matter of V8 rules revision, votes package, Burning Lands, how do you vote?
Yes.
Celestial Kingdom?
No.
Dragonspine?
Yes.
Emerald Hills?
Yes.
Golden Plains? Polaris? Rivermore?
Yes.
Rising Winds?
Rising Wind votes yes.
Tal de Gore?
Yes.
West March?
No.
13 Roads?
Yeah. Wait a minute, what was Rising Winds? That was a yes? Yeah. Oh, yeah. The Rising Wind votes yes. We didn't call Desert Winds, did we?
No, I have to skip them. Yeah, it was Emerald Hills.
He remembered.
Yeah, I fooled you.
Oh, yeah, got it.
13 Roads was yes. Blackspire?
Blackspire votes yes.
Crystal Groves?
Crystal Groves votes yes.
Golden Vale?
Golden Vale votes yes.
Iron Mountains?
The Iron Mountains votes yes.
Northern Lights?
Northern Lights votes yes.
Northreach?
Northreach votes yes.
Neverwinter?
Neverwinter votes yes.
Viridian Outlands?
The Verdant Outlands votes yes.
Winter's Edge?
Winter's Edge votes no.
Wetlands?
Wetlands votes yes.
Nine Blades?
Blades vote yes.
Desert Winds?
And Desert Winds, yes.
My kingdom votes 100%. Yes.
I remember to skip you to the end. Next time I'll remember to call you. I'll get it. 100%. Okay, and pass?
Yeah,
Okay.
20 yes, 3 no.
Okay. All right, this measure passes. 20 votes for yes and 3 votes for no. All right, next up, Craig or Manama?
Yep. So next up is the items in the package that are called the non-package changes. These are like things, like I said, that were departures a little bit from the playtest, but the rules representatives felt that it was still part of it, or things that were close when it came to whether or not it should pass, basically near 2/3 majority. The first fix, though, was actually something that had a really good majority. It's just that it was, outside of the playtest, which is the sniper fix. So this removes the limitation that only one specialty arrow can be charged at any given time. So with this removed, then if they had multiple specialty arrows, they could charge each one individually after they use them.
We're going to move through these relatively rapidly. So as we get the pace down, hopefully we'll be able to burn through these quickly. So I'll just start calling your names a little bit faster, and as fast as James can click, we'll proceed through the
I'm
votes.
using a tablet trackpad, so,
We can get you a little bit. All right, Burning Lands.
Yes.
Celestial Kingdom.
No.
Dragonspine. Desert Winds. Oh, yes. I'm
online. I can say yes, though, if you want me to.
big letters, put it up right here.
Yeah, I'm struggling. It's okay. We'll get there.
All right, big note. Can't miss it. Emerald Hills.
Yeah.
Polaris.
You just did.
Yeah. Golden Plains.
Yes.
Rivermore.
Yes.
Rising Winds.
No.
Taldegore.
Yes.
West March.
Same.
13 Roads. Blackspire.
Blackspire votes yes.
Crystal Groves.
Yes.
Golden Vale.
Yes.
Iron Mountains.
Was a yes, right? Was
Confirm yes.
Yes. Yes, it is a yes.
Northern Lights.
Yes.
Northreach.
Northreach is a yes.
Neverwinter.
Neverwinter's a yes.
Viridian Outlands.
Yes.
Winter's Edge.
Yes.
Wetlands.
Yes.
Nine Blades.
Yes.
Desert Winds.
100% yes.
Okay, this measure does pass. 20 kingdoms in favor, 2 opposed, 1 abstention.
Okay, on to the next one. The next change was something that was kind of outside the play test, but had been asked for last year, but just never got brought forth. This was to have a pick option for assassins to either have their poison self only charge ×3 or 2 poison arrows unlimited. Just note that with this option, poison is still a poison weapon is still a look the part. So if someone chose the 2 poison arrows, they would have once per life only, not rechargeable poison, and as well as 2 arrows.
Okay. Right, on this measure, Burning Lands, how do you vote? Celestial Kingdom.
Yes.
Dragonspine.
Yes.
Emerald Hills.
Yes.
Golden Plains.
Yes.
Polaris. Rivermore.
Yes.
Rising Winds.
Wait. Rising Winds now? Rising Winds now. Thank you.
Taldegore.
Yes.
West March. 13 Roads.
Yes.
Blackspire.
Yes.
Crystal Groves,
Yes.
Golden Vale,
No.
Iron Mountains,
Yes.
Northern Lights,
Yes.
Northreach,
Northreach is a yes.
Neverwinter,
Yes.
Viridian Outlands,
Yes.
Winter's Edge,
Yes.
Wetlands,
Yes.
Nine Blades,
Yes.
Desert Winds.
Desert Winds votes 100% yes.
Passes.
All right, this measure passes. 18 kingdoms in favor, 3 opposed, 2 abstentions. 19.
All right. On to the next one. This change had a lot of different options. This is Monk's Suppression Bolt. Currently, with the playtest, we changed it last year from thrown weapons being thrown into the normal class, and then second level getting banished, extraordinary, charge times 3, and banished basically. And the rules reps debated this for quite a while. This is one of the hottest topics that we had debates about, as long with the paladin change. And in the end, tons of options were presented, and above banish, suppression bolt was the one that they selected. But this one's gonna be kind of harder to gauge the support. That's the reason why I kind of broke it out, because it was ranked choice voting, but there were a lot of different choices, as well as another revamp of Monk that was presented at the time. So in this case, you'll be voting on whether or not second level they get suppression bolt, one of them.
All right, suppression bolts, Burning Lands,
Yes.
Celestial Kingdom,
No.
Dragonspine, Desert Winds,
Oh, we did so
Oh,
good
this is-
last time.
Emerald Hills. Bigger notes. Emerald Hills,
Wait, Emerald Hills is no? Thank you.
Golden Plains,
No.
Polaris, Rivermore,
Yes.
Rising Winds,
Oh, hell no.
Caldegor,
Yes.
West March, 13 Roads, Blackspire,
Barely a yes.
Crystal Groves,
Gonna have to say no on this one.
Golden Vale,
Golden Vale votes yes.
Iron Mountains,
No.
Northern Lights,
Yes.
Northreach,
Northreach says yes.
Neverwinter,
Winter says yes.
Viridian Outlands,
The Viridian Outlands says yes.
Winter's Edge,
Winter's Edge says yes.
Wetlands,
Space bar ruined me. It's ruined my life. Wetlands, no.
Nine Blades,
Nine Blades votes yes.
Desert Winds,
Desert Winds votes yes.
It is a no pass.
All right, this measure does not pass. Would anyone like to motion to discuss this measure? The vote count was 12 kingdoms in favor, 10 against, with 1 abstention.
Crystal Groves motions to discuss it.
I'll second it.
Crystal Groves, you have the floor.
Yeah, I would just honestly love to like hear from people that like might have like I have a general idea of how this might affect like game balance and stuff, but I'm curious. I just want like some other opinions on like I just want to hear people's thoughts on this one, because I'm very willing to revote and vote yes on it if I hear like some good arguments for it.
Okay, Celestial Kingdom,
Our vote no is because monk is designed to have both of their hands being used at the same time. So to add a spell ball into it would just complicate the way that the monk is currently being played. And while it weakens monk a little bit, because I think Vanish is a little bit strong for it. I don't think it falls in line very well with the current way that monk is being played in our.
Okay, thank you. Manama.
Hey there, sorry. One of the things that was brought up during the discussion for this type of thing, when the rules reps were discussing it, and also from my own experience, because I do play a lot of monk, is that, current defensive options for monk, they are really defensive when it comes to against casters, obviously, right? And even range to an extent because of missile block. But a lot of the problems stem from the fact that you could probably make the class immune to all magic and all projectiles, and still, even as is, their influence like on the field, as well as like what they can do, is a kind of a problem, right? Because if they go up against the healer that they're trying to stop because the healer can't stop them, they still have to melee a sword and board healer. And that is now completely up to a martial event against the two classes, all things being even. And it's kind of a crapshoot then, right? For the monk to even engage in the casters. So what is the monk able to do to influence battle games, objectives? Like you either have people that support people who are disrupting the game or killing people, or you are the disruptor or the killer. There are obviously some support people, but that's what they're doing. They're supporting, like the enchanters and things. So monk really needs either more support options, or they need more offensive options. And I think most people would prefer them to have more offensive options. And like I said, this vote had a whole bunch of different things like suppress aura, brain concentration, banish, even ward self was an option to go maybe a little bit more defensive. And suppression bolt won out among all of those things. It is agreed that by the rules reps that definitely monk needs something more to their class at least. And in this case, they felt it was more offensive based.
Iron Mountains.
Yeah, so a lot of people reached out to me in the Empire about the same concerns about having their hands free to have to carry a spell ball, because if you're fighting, you have to retrieve it, cast it, and then you can use it. And it's really only seemed effective if you were using a pole arm, is what a lot of people reached out to me to say. A lot of the concerns were trading a verbal spell for a spell ball seemed to weaken the ability when in melee combat. A weakened monk, because you don't have time to charge it. You can't effectively carry it and fight at the same time.
Would any other virtual presenters like to speak on this issue? Raise your hand. Any in-person comments? Rising Wind.
I think the first question kind of illustrates the point. This needs more testing. All of these need more testing. This one in particular needs more testing because Rising Winds, a lot of feedback was the opposite, that this is incredibly powerful in the right hands, in the right usage. We're using it mostly as an opener. So you walk into an engagement with it charged, ready to go, and you fire it off, and maybe your dual wielding flow or whatever it is you're doing. And in that sense, it becomes a very deadly weapon in the faster. That being said, it's not tested in a lot of kingdoms, in a lot of ways, in all the different scenarios you can use. Since it's not tested and we have a test process, let's put it in the test process.
Wetlands. Sorry.
I think my biggest conversation piece behind this and that, and something we're kind of working through on the chat right now is that, it's the one class that's supposed to be martial. Granted, it has some limitations like other ones, but it's literally immune to pretty much every magic caster essentially, right? I think for something like this, it needs more testing and a lot more conversation to make sure that any kind of weird kinks are worked out. That's kind of my stance on that, and the stance of many of our kingdom.
Celestial Kingdom.
Yeah.
Just give us 1 second to mute.
The president itself, okay.
Go ahead.
The president itself
against somebody when you're already into what they can throw at you, doesn't help a whole lot. Because if they have a spell ball, they've already charged it, the suppress isn't gonna stop that. You're already immune to verbals, suppress isn't gonna stop that. Because you're already immune to that stuff. I think moving towards a blessing and wounds once per life would be more in line with what would help a monk take out the sword or healer.
I'd like to take this moment. I'm going to ask a random person. Phone, are you able to hear the table speakers clearly? Speaking from
I
the
can.
table?
It is a little bit off, but it's pretty good.
Okay. So yeah, just loud, firm voices if we can. You turn up the mic a little. Anyone else in person here? Yes, sir.
So Rickmore had a question concerning what if we changed the suppression bolt so that it was no longer engulfing, as it's the only one that does. Would that change anybody's thoughts on this? And I know that would have a greater effect than just monk, but it's what my kingdom is.
Very good. Manima.
Fair.
So a lot of these questions are, I think, good. I know that some of these discussions already happened from the rules reps. I know that they, this was a topic of discussion for a couple of months as far as like what monk should have. And really, I guess the question is, I know you guys are asking a lot of questions about how can we change this to make it better. But it's like, my question, I guess, to you guys is like, what are the purpose of the rules reps then in their discussion pattern for this type of thing? I know that like maybe they could have missed things and that's fine. But it's kind of a weird discussion point to bring up at this meeting, talking about how we can change certain abilities when you guys have appointed people that do that.
Yes, and I agree, and I want to take a moment to comment on this. As the game is growing and moving forward and we continue to refine our rules revision process, it is our ultimate goal to have that process govern the rules changes. And that's pretty much how it's written now. So, each kingdom has elected a person to represent that kingdom's wishes, and they have months and months and months and months and months to hammer things out. As it stands now, our version, the role of the COM is to put our official stamp on the deliberations that our duly elected rules representatives have already made. So it's not really within our jurisdiction to sit here at this table, at this meeting, to hammer out the finer points of the rules, because we have already sent people to do this for almost a year now at this point. Last call for conversations, we have wetlands.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to springboard on that one. It seems, and I'm on most kingdom pages, I think all of them actually, including the new 13 roads. But I think that if we're really going to hammer out these kind of details, this needs to be a part of every one of your kingdom's rules rep organizer or rules rep to actually have this conversation ongoing in your kingdom. And if your rules rep is not having those conversations, then we as representatives of the Circle of Monarchs and your kingdoms especially need to actually have that rules rep start dealing with this information. It's going to help. That way, we don't have to sit there and try to make changes on the fly.
Okay, any last call for in-person comments? Rising Winds.
This particular topic has not been approached by CA or B.
Correct.
That's fine.
Correct. Okay, does anyone on the COM wish to motion for a revote? Otherwise, this vote will stand as a no.
Crystal Groves motions for a revote.
Going once, going twice, and sold. All right,
Winters,
discussion is
second.
noted, and it will be recorded in the minutes. Moving on to the next.
Yeah,
vote.
Gavin, I think you're muted.
Yep.
Did you mute us? Because we had two people. We had somebody actually do.
We have to unmute Manima. Start over, Manima.
So somebody actually on the you missed the CG and the second. They already did. They actually said it in the virtual.
Correct. Winter's Edge seconded CG's motion
To
revote.
revote. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So we have a motion for revote from Crystal Groves and a second by Winter's Edge. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. We'll clear the vote and vote again. All right, Burning Lands.
Yes.
Celestial Kingdom.
No.
Dragonspine.
No.
Desert Winds.
Skip Desert Winds.
Oh, yeah, skip Desert Winds. Emerald Hill.
Yes.
No.
Golden Plains.
No.
Polaris.
No.
Rivermore.
Yes.
Rising Winds.
You vote no.
Taldegor.
Yes.
West March.
No.
13 Roads.
No.
Blackspire.
Yes.
Crystal Groves.
I'll maintain my no.
Golden Vale.
Yes.
Iron Mountains.
No.
Northern Lights.
Northern Light maintains, yes.
Northreach.
Yes.
Neverwinter.
Neverwinter maintains our yes.
Viridian Outlands.
Yes.
Winter's Edge.
Winter's Edge votes yes.
Wetlands.
No.
Nine Blades.
Yes.
Desert Winds.
We vote yes.
The measure still does not pass. 12 kingdoms in favor, 11 opposed, 0 abstentions. All right, next vote, Manama.
All right, the next thing is something else that also was close to the 2/3 vote from the rules representatives, and it was moving Greater Resurrect, which was the change you guys voted in for the package, from twice per refresh to once per life. That's the entire change. They felt that in general that they needed to have something else that was more frequent than per refresh, so they went with Greater Resurrect.
Okay, we will move straight into this. Burning Lands.
Yes.
Celestial Kingdom.
Yes.
Dragonspine.
Yes.
Emerald Hills.
Yes.
Golden Plains.
Yes.
Polaris.
No.
Rivermore.
Yes.
Rising Winds.
Hang on. You skipped Emerald Hills. I voted yes. Okay.
See, I would just.
All Desert Winds and then.
No, skip it this time.
We're good now.
Thank
Get
goodness.
started with you.
Taldegor.
Yes.
Oh, again, yeah, sorry.
No, we skipped Desert Winds on purpose. Yeah.
No. Okay, let's see.
West March?
West March.
Let's say.
13 Roads.
Yes.
Blackspire.
Yes.
Crystal Groves.
Yes.
Golden Vale.
No.
Iron Mountains.
Yes.
Northern Lights.
Northern Lights is yes.
Northreach.
Northreach, yes.
Neverwinter.
Neverwinter, yes.
Viridian Outlands.
Oh, sorry, did I not unmute? The Verdant Outlands votes yes.
Winter's Edge.
Winter's Edge votes no.
Wetlands.
Wetlands votes yes.
Nine Blades.
Yes.
Desert Winds.
Yes.
What's the pass?
All right, this measure passes. 18 kingdoms in favor, 4 opposed, and 1 abstention.
All right, moving on to the next. We're almost done. 2 more. This one was outside the playtest, but felt that we touched Scout, so they felt that this needed a little bit more for Scout. Last year, we obviously changed it, their 6th level ability. So on this case, we wanted to clarify, it's kind of a clarification, but at the same time, it is a change. So may use a bow so long as the shield is not carried is the current wording. The new wording will be may use a bow so long as the shield is not wielded. Now, I did have some questions about this that I wanted to answer from a clarification standpoint about how this will work. Basically, wielding is for a small shield, having it in hand or strapped to your arm. And that's all they can use anyways. So if they have a shield strapped to their arm, or if they have a shield in their hand at all, like you can't say that, like you can't hold a shield and not be wielding it unless you're not able to wield a shield, basically, if it's in your hand itself. So if they're going to do this, they would have to have the shield either near them or not on their arm, or maybe strapped to their body in some cases, though I would recommend against that since all shit's going through that. But to actually do this technique is a lot harder than I think people were realizing, because I had a lot of messages about this. They basically cannot have their shield in their hand or strapped to their arm while they're using the bow, which is arrow in hand and also in the bow knock itself.
Right. Proceeding on to the votes. Burning Lands.
Yes.
Celestial Kingdom. Dragonspine.
Yes.
Emerald Hills.
Yes.
Golden Plains.
Yes.
Polaris.
Yes.
Rivermore.
Yes.
Rising Winds.
Rising Wind votes no. Sorry, I'm trying to give you more time. Too enthusiastic.
So we're getting a little lag going on their meeting here. Cal de Gore.
Yes.
West March. 13 Roads.
Yeah.
Blackspire.
Yes.
Crystal Groves.
Yes.
Golden Vale.
Golden Vale votes no.
Iron Mountains.
Yes.
Yeah.
Northern Lights.
Northern Lights votes yes.
Northreach.
Northreach is no.
Neverwinter.
Neverwinter is yes.
Viridian Outlands.
Yes.
Winter's Edge.
Yes.
Wetlands.
I'm staying by proxy.
What? You're standing by proxy.
No, I'm joking. Yes.
I was gonna say that you can.
Look, I just want to have other things highlighted.
Doug, stop.
Nine Blades.
Nine Blades votes yes.
And Desert Winds.
Yes.
This measure passes 18 votes in favor, 4 against, with 1 abstention.
Okay, and time for the last vote. This is something that both wanted for a bit. Currently, Scout, Paladin cannot cancel their own enchantments. This can be strategic and also kind of doesn't make sense with the way enchantments work, right? We should be able to get rid of an enchantment that you hold, especially if you want to get an enchantment from somebody else, or if you want to, in this kind of state of Scout, it's possible they could redo whatever enchantment they have. If they have persistent from like Golem or something like that. So this is just adding cancel the spell to Scout, adding Paladin, and Paladin.
Okay, on that matter, we shall vote. Burning Lands.
Yes.
Celestial Kingdom.
Yes.
Dragonspine.
No.
Desert Winds. So we went through a lot of work to put this in the correct order. The Desert Winds didn't show, so don't blame me.
Not that I didn't want to be there.
And now it's just a challenge, I guess. Or now, are there bets being made?
Yes.
Someone should profit, I suppose.
There's a shot game.
It's a shot game. Ah, it's good. Good. There's the shot count. Very good. All right, Emerald Hills.
Yes.
Golden Plains.
Huh?
Golden Plains. Yes. Oh, we have lag on here. I have to watch your screen actually because it comes ahead. Yeah. Yeah, we got a little lag on showing it. Polaris.
Yes.
Rivermore.
Yes.
Rising Winds. Taldegore,
Yes.
West March,
Yes.
13 Roads,
Yes.
Blackspire,
Yes.
Crystal Groves,
Yes.
Golden Vale,
Yes.
Iron Mountains,
Yes.
Northern Lights,
Northern Lights is a yes.
Northreach,
Northreach, yes.
Neverwinter,
Neverwinter, yes.
Viridian Outlands,
Yes from VO.
Winter's Edge,
Yes from Winter's Edge.
Wetlands,
Wetlands votes table.
You want to table it?
You heard my vote.
Nine Blades,
Nine Blades votes yes.
and Desert Winds.
Yes.
All right, this measure passes. 20 kingdoms in favor, 3 opposed, and no abstentions.
In one table.
Well, you must motion to table, and that motion must be seconded. You know these things.
You didn't say that.
Okay, are we, is that the conclusion of the rules votes, Madam?
Yes, though I do want to add one more thing at the very end. I posted a 30-day clarification on July, I think it was 3rd or 4th. Those changes are mainly taking the clarifications I've had for the last 2 years, as well as the moving their errata from the back rule book into the normal area of the rules, so that if there was an errata in the back, you should be able to understand it by reading that rule now, as opposed to referencing both sections. This is a majority has been part of Gorvan's kick to try to get this in place, which I've been really appreciating him for doing this for me. So we went back and forth in the language. People have already pointed out small grammatical errors or small wording errors. Please, if you guys can get your rules lawyers that love to read the rule book and try to min-max to read this document to help us to make sure that we can shore up the wording on this, to make sure everything is good, they'll help us a bunch. Those will be put into the rule book along with these changes you guys just voted on, but they're pretty important for like how the rule book looks. And our rules book writer says that they should be able to get those changes in, though there might be some spacing issues, but we're going to work through those. So hopefully we'll have these changes along with the rule books by mid-August. I'll give you guys more information once we get closer to that on the Circle Monarchs page.
I saw somebody wanted to ask a question about rules. We will have a Q&A with Manama right before lunch, before he's done with this whole section, right after we do his confirmation vote. So as we're finishing up the rules processes, save any questions you may have, and we'll have him on here for a brief Q&A for anyone to ask final questions of the rules rep organizer before he leaves. Okay, moving on. Is everybody good? Anyone need a short break? Everybody okay here in person? Perfect. Okay, item 3, proposal changes to the ROP language regarding felony offenses with respect to international kingdoms. This is pretty much what it says in the agenda. I think the description in the agenda is fairly clear on what this says. So hopefully everyone read that and is ready to execute their vote. All you good people at home, it is in the agenda, which you should have access to if you would like to read that, the full text of that vote. So we're just going to move right into the vote on this. And if you didn't read it, shame. Okay.
Hey, Gavin, can you hear
we
me?
will have a restroom break following this vote. So on the matter of changing the language to more accurately reflect Canadian kingdoms and other international kingdoms yet to come, Burning Lands, how do you vote?
Yes.
Celestial Kingdom.
Yes.
Dragonspine.
Yes.
Emerald Hills.
Yes.
Golden Plains.
Yes.
Polaris.
Yes.
Rivermore.
Yes.
Rising Winds.
The Rising Winds would like to vote yes.
Taldegore.
Yes.
West March. 13 Roads.
Yes.
Blackspire.
Yes.
Crystal Groves.
Crystal Groves votes yes.
Golden Vale.
Yes.
Iron Mountains,
Yes.
Northern Lights,
Northern Lights votes yes.
Northreach,
Northreach, yes.
Neverwinter,
Neverwinter votes yes.
Viridian Outlands,
The Verdant Outlands votes yes.
Winter's Edge,
Winter's Edge votes yes.
Wetlands,
Yes.
Nine Blades,
Yes.
and Desert Winds.
Pause for dramatic effect. Yes.
This measure passes unanimously and will be added to the rules of play.
Yeah, unanimous vote already.
We will take a 10-minute break and convene exactly at 12:20 or 11:25 Mountain Time. Yeah, I had my mic on while the room mic was on. Sorry about that, guys. All right, now we're going to proceed into the changes to the rules revision process. This is one that you would have greatly benefited from reading your agenda. I did try to point out in the V9 annual report, if you watched that, last year we did approve a new version of the rules revision process. However, that version did not get put into the rule book. So the version you should have been reading was in your agenda of the current rules revision process. This proposal updates and builds on that version, not the version in the rule book. So that might have been a little confusing to you. Essentially, the core of the proposal is the additional stipulations on the process. So this would take us quite a while to work through in person, and we're not going to do that because hopefully you read it and there was ample time for discussion. So essentially, if you read the agenda, you will understand that this new proposal basically changes one item in the existing process, but then adds an additional sort of appendix, like additional guidance on exactly how the process should flow. That is basically the nature of this proposal. So with that, we will proceed into vote. Vote number 10, changes to the rules revision process. This is the rules revision process that governs the current rulebook version 8.5, but it is intended to last us in perpetuity no matter what version of the rules we have. Yes. Say again.
To clarify, this is item 4.
Item 4, yes. Vote number 10, item 4 on the agenda. All right, proposal, changes to the rules revision process. Burning Lands, how do you vote? Celestial Kingdom.
Yes.
Dragonspine.
Yes.
Desert Winds. Let's just get back. Emerald Hills.
Yeah.
Golden Plains. Polaris. Rivermore.
Yes.
Rising Winds.
Yes.
Tal de Gore.
Yes.
West March.
Yes.
13 Roads.
Yes.
Blackspire.
No.
Crystal Groves.
Crystal Groves votes no.
Golden Vale.
No.
Iron Mountains.
No.
Northern Lights.
Northern Lights is a no.
Northreach.
Northreach is no.
Neverwinter.
Neverwinter is yes.
Viridian Outlands.
Yes.
Winter's Edge.
Winter's Edge is no.
Wetlands.
Well, yes.
Nine Blades.
Nine Blazes, yes.
Desert Winds.
Yes.
And for the record, the illustrious XCOM secretary does have the ability to highlight Desert Winds to remind me, but he chooses to watch me suffer. Just want that note. Well, he gets visually highlighted, then I'd be able to see it. All right, this motion does not pass. We have 15 in favor, 8 against. Would anyone like to motion to discuss this issue? The Rising Winds has moved to discuss this issue. Does anyone second?
Neverwinter will second.
Multiple seconds. Okay, Rising Winds, you have the floor. Let us unmute you real quick.
There's a lot of discussion to be had about this. The main points I would look at are, there's some. Our background noise is increased, so maybe a little louder. I've just been asked to be louder for the first time in my life. There's a lot of discussion to this, so the rising winds is ultimately on the fence. However, we do have to have a way forward. The proposal provided by the Celestial Kingdom and seconded by the Burning Lands ultimately is a way forward. It is better than the current in my personal view. However, we recognize that there are flaws with it. The ultimate question I have is not necessarily for this group. However, it will help determine the votes or how Rising Winds votes. Would it be possible, obviously not at this meeting, but at a future meeting and at a future discussion point, to separate the rules revision process from the rules of play into a new document? This is our rules revision agreements that the ROP then references, but takes it out of, so that we can operate and vote on it differently. Is that a possibility? Does anyone know? Is there anything off the top of
Manama.
Hey there. So Milk, to answer your question, that is something that I promised last year, as far as going into, especially, it kind of depended on basically V9 a little bit. The idea is that hopefully that process can get defined as a separate document. There actually are a lot of changes that I want to propose, but I would like to get a lot of feedback, which is kind of like the problem I had with this proposal also, was that I would have preferred this be given to the rules representatives and be like, hey, this is something that you guys might want to follow. What do you guys think about it? Because there are some good things that are in this document as far as like scope and things like that. But there are some things that, like the timing of some of the formal playtesting and stuff that we don't agree with as a group. And so these are things that I think that need to have some kind of discussion, as in like, we need to actually sit down and do some storyboarding, go look at the options we have, write up the thing. And I believe also that it should be a separate document that can involve basically like when the new RRO steps in, they can go through the document with the rules reps that are there as well and just be like, hey, what is the thing that we want to do? How do we want to do our process this year? What do we want to emphasize in those types of things? And I think that document can be a living document, lives outside. They can update it as they realize things are problems. And I think that when you guys vote for a rules representative, it should be, that should be on something that you think about, is do they have a plan for what they're going to be doing in that sort of regard? And are they going to have a document to help guide their process when they do these types of things? So that to basically try to answer your question about that and kind of like how the rules reps feel about this.
Northern Lights, you have the floor. And last call, Northern Lights, you have your hand raised. Ursa.
Yes, sorry, my tab was not working. I want to urge everybody who may not have seen it, particularly those that may be present at the physical meeting, to check the COM page. There was a letter submitted in opposition by our rules reps, our representing body for the rules to this. It has 10 signatures on it currently, and that signature is growing. I would urge you to read that letter.
Medrin.
Hey, y'all. You may not actually care about my input on this, and that's fine. But I'm a former RRO. I served in the position for I think 10 years, and from that perspective, I think the more that you tie the RRO and your rules reps' hands in terms of procedure, I think that's probably not a good idea.
That's without talking about the specific problems in this proposal. That's just talking generally. I think you can review that letter, which talks about some of the specific problems with this proposal as it stands. But on a more general note, as an operating committee that you guys are, you have subcommittees, and that's what your rules reps team effectively is it's a subcommittee of the COM. And I would suggest that it's generally not a great idea for the overarching body to be telling your committees what procedures they need to use. Let your committees develop their own procedures. Let them operate in a way that is useful and helpful to you. And certainly have those defined, right? Ask the committee to define those procedures like Manama is talking about. Let your rules reps define the procedures. Let them talk about what it is. Make it a standing document so that everybody knows what the process is. That's not a problem. But I would say the more that you guys can let your committees do their work, the better off you're going to be.
Wetlands.
And I think this situation highlights, and especially the document that just came out from our world reps. I'm going to kind of parrot what I said earlier is we do not have these discussions going on to our pages. Our representatives are not bringing this discussion to their representatives or their monarchs. You're not having this conversation with the kingdoms. I appreciate the fact that anybody's signing whatever documents, petitions, or whatever, but we have a serious lack of communication between our representatives, the populace, and our monarchy people. So I think if we're going to be bringing and sending documents, or anything like that we're posting on the comm page, then I think that we're really shooting ourselves in the foot when it comes to due process and how we do our system. The fact that I saw that on the comm page and I haven't heard any representative talk to anybody else, and it's not been posted on pretty much any kingdom, in my opinion, is a real problematic issue. And I think one thing we need to make sure that we're doing as comm representatives, monarchs, and rules reps is making sure that our kingdoms are informed. All this stuff, play tests, things like that, need to have more open communication. And we should be able to just make sure that we are touching base with the people that are playing the game, the people that are making decisions, and not getting too offended on who's posting what where. Ensure that communication is open is all I'm saying.
Winter's Edge.
All right, so I'm going to hop in on this because I'm also my kingdom's rules rep. I'm not signed to the letter that's been posted. That letter is relatively recent, but here are my objections to this system that's been proposed. It's way too abbreviated of a timeline, in my opinion, for any sort of reasonable amount of testing. The reality is any rule set changes we make on a major scale need to be tested at the extreme ends of what Amtgard is used for, which is the small local parks up through Keep. We're talking about a game that's designed to run for 5 to 6 players up through hundreds. And this new system does not give us the opportunity to reasonably test any changes that we put in at that level at Keep. It doesn't give us a chance to test on that high-end scale. And with that abbreviated 1-year timeline, we're going to get bad changes because of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Winter's Edge. We'll move for first-time responses to the room now. It's changed. All right, Golden Plates.
So I have a question about that letter. At what point do we know when that was posted?
Yesterday, I think.
I'm not sure how you're going to post something the day before a meeting and ask us to take it with any kind of seriousness when you didn't give us any time to actually review it or prepare for it. If you had a problem and it's been posted for, when did we get the agenda? June 15th? Yeah, we've had this agenda since June 15th. That proposal was posted before that. It was plenty of time for y'all to mobilize and stand up and say something, and you do have a right to the way in which the rules reps have a right to the way in which the rules are handled in the revision process. However, doing something the day before a major business meeting and then asking that to be taken into account is unprofessional. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Back to the virtual room. Anyone else in person, first time comments? All right, back to virtual wetlands.
No, and I kind of agree with that piece. The fact that this came out yesterday, and again, you know, if there's been a conversation piece that needs to happen, this proposal's been on the com page for months. There's no reason why we haven't had this conversation in every single kingdom. If you feel that strongly about it, if the rules reps feel that strongly about it, then we need to be open about it. And it's very poor that we actually see this the day before, posted on the com page, and it's literally caught all of your representatives in Monarchy blindsided. I think that's really inappropriate.
Emerald Hills.
There's a pop-up on the little screen there, and I can we just review how the last vote went?
Oh, yeah.
That's not more discussion on this.
Are we voting again?
Is there any more comments on this issue? Last call. Is there a motion to vote this item again?
Winter's Edge moves previous question.
Can you say that again, Winter's Edge?
Winter's Edge moves previous question. Means we go back to the.
What? Motions to revote? Winter's Edge, you motion to vote the item again.
Yes.
Desert Wind seconds.
Okay, we will vote the item again. All right, on the matter of changes to the rules revision process, Burning Lands.
Yes.
Celestial Kingdom.
Yes.
Dragonspine.
Yes.
Emerald Hills.
No.
Golden Plains.
Okay.
Polaris.
No.
Rivermore.
Yes.
Rising Winds.
Yes.
Cal de Gore. West March.
Yes.
13 Roads. Blackspire.
No.
Crystal Groves.
No.
Golden Vale.
No.
Iron Mountains.
No.
Northern Lights.
No.
Northreach.
No.
Neverwinter.
Still yes.
Viridian Outlands.
No.
Winter's Edge.
No.
Wetlands.
Yes.
Nine Blades.
Abstain.
In Desert Winds.
First vote was for my kingdom. This time I'm voting no.
All right, this measure does not pass with 8 kingdoms in favor, 12 against, and 3 abstentions. The executive committee does recommend that the statement of the rules revision organizer and the rules reps be taken into account and discussed with your kingdom, as well as the discussion that was had here. I do not think this measure warrants a committee formation or anything like that, as the rules rep organizer should be able to continue to facilitate this discussion on improvements to the process.
I see some hands in the room.
Yes.
8 yes, 12.
8
no.
yes, 12 no,
3 abstain.
3 abstain.
And remind them that abstains are effectively no's. I suggested.
Yeah, abstentions are effectively no's, the way our bylaws are written. The bylaws do denote margins as kingdoms in favor as a ratio of kingdoms present, physically present at the meeting, not casting a yes or no vote. All right. All right, election of the rules revision organizer. Due to this change that we made to the rules revision process that I spoke of earlier, that was by oversight not included in the rule book, it sort of reset our election cycle for the rules representative organizer. This is still a 2-year position. And yes, Manama was reappointed last term, but due to cycle change, now we're going to reappoint him again so that it aligns with some other election cycles going on relevant to the process. There were no other candidates, so this is a confirmation vote to reinstall Manama as the rules revision organizer for an additional 2 years through the meeting at Gathering of the Kingdoms in 2025. So you'll be given the option to vote confirm or no confidence. So a vote of no means a vote of no confidence. If a majority of kingdoms vote no confidence, the executive committee will appoint a pro tem rules revision organizer that will be ratified by the COM at our Q4 meeting. So on the matter of confirming and reappointing Manama as rules revision organizer, Burning Lands.
Yes.
Celestial Kingdom.
No problem.
Dragonspine.
Yes.
Emerald Hills. Golden Plains.
No.
Polaris.
Yes.
Rivermore. Rising Winds.
The Rising Winds would like to cast a vote for her favorite son, Craig.
Taldagore.
Yes.
West March.
Yes.
13 Roads.
Yes.
Blackspire.
Yes.
Crystal Groves.
Yes.
Golden Vale.
Yes.
Iron Mountains.
Yeah.
Northern Lights.
Northern Lights votes yes.
Northreach.
Yes.
Neverwinter.
Neverwinter votes yes.
Viridian Outlands.
Verdant Outlands votes yes.
Winter's Edge.
Winter's Edge votes yes.
Wetlands.
Yes.
Nine Blades.
Yes.
Desert Winds.
Desert Wind sends their congratulations and condolences to Manama. We vote yes.
Manama is confirmed and reappointed to the position of rules revision organizer for the next 2 years. All right.
Woo, congrats.
Vote tally is 21 in favor, 2 against. And I will note the vote record will be published immediately after the meeting to be available.
Technically, the vote record is already published because I'm updating it on Google Drive.
Yeah, in theory.
Yeah.
All right. Now, next we enter the section on master list. We are going to let the author of the majority of these proposals speak for a few moments on these. The executive committee would like to note that on subjects this large, this is not going to be hashed out in this room today. We realize that these proposals represent huge cultural shifts, but these are conversations that have been brewing in the background of many kingdoms for multiple years. So we do feel this is something that the COM needs to discuss, but we will not be devoting hours and hours and hours to it today. There will undoubtedly be some discussion, and we could probably talk upon this for an entire year, and hopefully that is what we will do. This might even be one of the cases that warrant the COM asking the executive committee to form a committee to formally look into these in a more rigorous way, and working with the existing proposal authors, even if they are no longer on the COM, to continue to further these ideas. So that is a motion you could make at the conclusion of this if everyone, after they hear what we have to say today, thinks that these really need good, honest, directed thought. The COM can express their will to do that by forming a committee. And all you have to say is we direct the executive committee to form a subcommittee to look into these proposals, discuss them for an additional year, and bring back more well-rounded, thought-out proposals that are discussed among kingdoms for a period of a year. That's my inclination that could happen today. In the meantime, before we get into it, we're gonna let, what's your game name again? Eton. Eton. But you're well versed with it. Yeah. You're. Yeah. Okay. Right. So we will give Iron Mountains the chance to speak as well. We're gonna consider this the knighthood section of the meeting. So we're gonna start. Even I know item 6 is the first vote, but we're gonna start here in house with West March and allow you to speak on the matter of the proposals in general about knighthood, and then we'll also give the Iron Mountains representative a chance to speak as well. Yes, we're just going to roughly speak on the matter right now because they're all sort of interrelated. And if you've noticed, there is even synthesis language, some of them directly conflict. So let's just have some general briefing on this matter.
Okay, so I have feedback. Okay, so I have 2 proposals, 7 and 8. Clearly 8 is not going to pass. It's polling very poorly in every kingdom, including mine, but I felt it was a discussion we should have. It's something we've been talking about for a long time. I would really like us to look at 7. I think it deserves to pass. Cultural shift. In my opinion, in most places, in most kingdoms, this is how we already view masterhood. So the problem is this: when we talk about making masterhood more important, the answer is a course of celebrating. But the question is, what are we celebrating? If knighthood is both a recognition of character and the capstone for skill, then there is masterhood is only the only achievement is that you can now be considered for knighthood. It is not you are a master of your craft. It does, and it's not knighthood, so it's not a recognition for character. I think we have to look at masterhood as a capstone for skill.
I'll have to poll. I didn't realize. I apologize to the virtual attendees that I need to mute my microphone as well. Do we need him to restate what he said? Does he need, can some virtual attendees tell me, was he understandable?
Barely. Yeah.
I was struggling. Yeah, I was struggling to understand it between the reverb and the connection is cutting out, in and out on my end.
Okay, we're going to allow him to re-speak, and I'll try to fix the reverb problem.
All right, thank you. Nice and clear. Okay, so since I joined this game, there's been a question about knighthood and masterhood. What we clearly know what knighthood means, or everyone has an idea what it means. But the question has been, what does masterhood mean? Why is it not seemingly not important? Why do people just view it as a gateway to knighthood? Instead of an achievement into itself. So the 7th proposal is very simple. All it does is strike from the rule book the text that describes knighthood as having skill beyond that of a master. And that immediately makes masterhood the capstone for skill. It imbues it with inherent meaning that doesn't currently exist. I hope people are seriously looking at voting yes for this. Number 8, a large cultural shift that's polling poorly, like cultural shifts will. I thought it was important for us to have this discussion because we've talked about this off and on for the last decade. I propose this for 2 reasons. One is I don't see how someone with more belts is more knightly or someone with less belts is less knightly. It is a 0 or 1 answer. You either are a knight or you are not. And the feedback I've got for so many knights is, well, if you take the extra belts away, then what are we going to strive for? And I've told, my response is always, you've just admitted that masterhood is inherently meaningless. You rode right over that. It is not a goal that you are going to strive for, and Amtgard will move the way knights move. If knights don't value masterhood, neither will the populace.
Great, thank you. Iron Mountains, would you like to speak on your proposal about knighthood?
Yeah, so this proposal is aimed towards the separation of masterhood and knighthood, and not make it a stepping stone, make them on par with each other in terms of prestige, in terms of what we're striving for, and it also allows them to serve their intended purposes. Masterhood and knighthood serve two different purposes. One is about the recognition of skill, the drive to do that, to be the best. The other one is about character. It's about giving back to the community. And those don't always align the best. So what this is doing is to open it up so as someone progresses in an order, they could be going towards either, but not have it be this kind of stepping stone. And put more emphasis on the qualities for knighthood, and then more emphasis on the skill for masterhood. I would also like to add that I know this is a hot topic. I know there are probably going to be people that will vote no on this. If you do vote no, at least vote yes on 7. I think that is a step in the right direction towards this kind of proposal in the future.
Okay. You're muted. Okay. So these are the authors of the two proposals. They have, worked together behind the scenes on some of their to make sure that they overlap. Would all these proposals pass? We have some synthesis language prepared to present to you that would allow these proposals to coordinate. As I said before, undoubtedly we can sit here and talk about this for hours. So everyone has a very strong opinion on this subject. As of right now, we're going to move through the proposals and vote on them. And be very clear about what each one is. So right now, I will entertain questions about the proposals and about the voting. Yeah, it should be.
I only just needed, I was on.
Oh, is that better again? Okay, great, sorry. Lots of laptops and lots of buttons in here right now, guys. You should see what this table looks like. It's just a mess of wires. Polaris, yes, questions. Oh, yes.
Yeah, I was trying to figure it out.
Oh, yeah. Pointing. Yes. That is correct. Yes. Yeah, right.
Discuss it.
In the opinion of the executive committee, that is the best way forward. We would make a proposal right now when we're done voting on these proposals.
So are we here to discuss or?
Well, right now we have to vote. So the executive committee made the decision to allow the authors of the proposals to speak. Now we move into voting. Then the entire COM, if the measure fails, may choose to discuss, which we highly do not advise. So. Right. All right, so we shall move into a vote on the first proposal regarding knighthood, which is the separation of masterhood and knighthood. And as you see here, while this does also change the definition of character, I believe it essentially the crux of this one is dropping the requirement to 8th order versus masterhood. That's the basic crux of this one. So on the measure of proposal, separation of masterhood and knighthood, item number 6, vote number 12, Burning Lands, how do you vote? No. Celestial Kingdom. Dragonspine. No. Emerald Hills. Golden Plains. Polaris. Rivermore.
Norwood, yes.
Rising Winds. Cal de Gore. West March. 13 Roads. Blackspire.
No.
Crystal Groves.
Crystal Groves vote. No.
Say again, please.
No.
Golden Vale.
No.
Iron Mountains.
Yes.
Northern Lights.
Northern Lights is a no.
Northreach.
Northreach, no.
Neverwinter.
Neverwinter, yes.
Meridian Outlands.
The Verdant Outlands votes yes.
Winter's Edge.
Winter's Edge votes no.
Wetlands.
Wetlands, no.
Nine Blades.
Nine Blades votes no.
Desert Winds.
Desert Winds votes no.
All right, this measure fails. 5 kingdoms in favor, 18 against. All right, we feel that discussion would be hard to contain into the specifics of this one proposal. So we are going to wait to the end to open up either discussions on specific proposals or all three as a whole. So we will now move to the vote on the second proposal of knighthood, item 7, knighthood as a recognition of character. All right, on item 7, Burning Lands, how do you vote?
Yes.
Celestial Kingdom. Dragonspine.
Yes.
Desert Winds. Even though it's highlighted, take your drinks. Take your drinks. See, I'm up behind you, alcoholics. I got you. I got you. Emerald Hills. Golden Plains. Polaris.
Yes.
Rivermore.
Yes.
Rising Winds.
No.
Cal de Gore.
No.
West March.
Yes.
13 Roads. Right. Blackspire.
Yes.
Crystal Groves.
Yes.
Golden Vale.
Golden Vale votes no.
Iron Mountains.
Yes.
Northern Lights.
Northern Lights is a yes.
Northreach.
Northreach, yes.
Neverwinter.
Yes.
Meridian Outlands.
Yes.
Winter's Edge.
Yes.
Wetlands.
No.
Nine
Go ahead and call my names, but yeah.
Nine Blades.
Nine Blades votes yes.
And Desert Winds.
You owe me $10 more. Yes.
That's a fail.
All right, this measure fails. 18 kingdoms in favor, 5 opposed. Okay, the third proposal regarding knighthood, one institution of knighthood, unification of awards paths. All right, on this matter, Burning Lands, how do you vote?
No.
Celestial Kingdom.
No.
Dragonspine.
No.
Emerald Hills.
No.
Golden Plains. Polaris. Rivermore.
No.
Rising Winds.
No, thank you.
Cal de Gore. West March. 13 Roads. Black Spire.
No.
Crystal Groves.
No.
Golden Vale.
No.
Iron Mountains.
No.
Northern Lights.
Northern Lights is a no.
Northreach.
Northreach, no.
Neverwinter.
No.
Viridian Outlands.
That's a no from VO.
Winter's Edge.
No from Winter's Edge as well.
Wetlands.
No from wetlands.
Nine Blades.
No.
And Desert Winds.
Unanimous no.
All right, this measure fails. 2 kingdoms in favor, 21 against. Now, does anyone wish to motion to discuss these 3 proposals of knighthood? We shall call it to discuss the knighthood section.
Iron Mountains does.
All right, we'll have
Winter's Edge will second.
Yeah, so plenty of discussion. During this discussion section, please state the proposal you wish to discuss, 1, 2, or whatever they're in the agenda, 6, 7, or 8. And then you will be allowed to discuss that proposal. And we will finish all responses to a single point of discussion before moving on to the next point of discussion. So essentially, the first person to speak is going to initiate a discussion topic. We will allow responses to that discussion topic, then move on to another topic. Here in the room, we will begin the discussion with Golden Plains. One second, let us unmute you.
Don't you have to mute them?
Oh, yeah, I need to mute, yeah.
I wanted to discuss item number 7, the recognition of character. So I am aware, every kingdom has its own flavor, and everyone does their things differently. Like, we're all part of the same game, but kind of like all the planets are in the same universe, right? And Golden Plains has been doing this for a while, and it's a common acknowledgement in our kingdom that your masterhood is what you do for yourself, and your knighthood is what you do for your kingdom. It should be an acknowledgement of who you are and how you elevate your kingdom. It should not be about being better than. Why then is there the purpose of the masterhood if it is nothing more than another box?
And a reminder, we are discussing we're discussing this line of discussion brought by the Golden Plains on item number 7. Any responses in the room? Rising winds.
We agree that knighthood is a recognition of character, but the reason we would not like that to be separated is because when a new player or a veteran player or anybody asks a question and we point them to someone with a white belt, we know that that person is willing to generally provide an answer and can provide an answer. They have the knowledge, they have the information that that person likely sees. That's why we point them in that direction. That being said, if it's purely just about character, go and talk to that person. They're a great person, but they may or may not have the information. That's why we would like to see maintain some sort of academic or skill set tied to it.
Response from whatever.
So this proposal, it still requires masterhood, right?
Yes.
You still need to have a masterhood to get recommended or whatever for a knighthood. So they still have that skill set. It's really that above the skill set of a master of wine. So I don't really understand that point of just take away the skill part of it when you still need a master.
I may have in fact misread.
My team did the same thing, so as a reader, you still need a master.
And I admit, I make.
I just want to clarify that item 7, all it does is delete 2 parts of the rule book that define knighthood as having skill beyond that of a master. That is all it does.
So it's a cultural, not a functional change.
What's the rules of play change?
Well, it isn't what I'm saying. Functionally, it only changes the rules of play in a sense that affects culture. Any other responses in the room on this matter? Any virtual responses on this matter?
Do we have to wait to motion to revote or?
Yeah. I should. All right, so that's okay, though. Do you have a new line of discussion?
Sorry, I was deferring as to whether or not I should raise my hand on this, fearing that I was going to go tangential with this. But knighthood is a recognition of character in addition to possessing a level of skill beyond that of a master in their field. I am a knight of the serpent because of my skill. No, I am a master dragon because of my skill. I am a knight because that is what I can give back to the kingdom. Saying that excluding skill from being a knight in recognition of becoming a knight, I don't feel does anything to lend a boon to knighthood as a whole.
That is proposal 6, we're talking about proposal 7.
I was talking about.
No, yeah, she's saying that removing it,
Removing the verbiage in the game.
And as you guys talk to each other, continue to speak loudly to the mic.
Oh, okay.
So you talk full room audience.
Removing this just says knighthood is a recognition of character, and I'm sorry, I know some pretty shitty people who are knights. Okay, so fix it. Sorry, I love this. Judging based solely on the character is something that leads to moral breakdowns. So.
And Crystal Rose, virtually, did you have?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, if,
Crystal Groves, did you still want to speak?
yes. Yeah. I just want to say that removing those lines, like skill beyond that of a master, it's not. It wouldn't be saying like if this was if vote 13 was the only one of these three to pass, then it's not necessarily saying that knights do not have the skill of a master or knights have lesser skill than that of a master. It's basically saying because masterhood would still be a requirement for knighthood or a suggested requirement for knighthood. All this basically just be saying is that knights have skill on par of that of a master. I don't think it's really relevant to I think this is personally, I think this is a perfectly reasonable verbiage change. And you know, people say consistently like, oh, knighthood is about character, masterhood is about skill. And I think codifying that mindset into the rulebook is perfectly reasonable.
Last call for responses in the room, West March.
So because some people are like, oh, so it's different there, like these the word that the character who comes from is actually ultimately character is one and one.
Can I clarify that?
No.
Okay.
Okay, guys.
We can talk about it offline.
As I stated before, we could go 4 hours on this. You have not spoken yet, sir. You're yes. Well, give us. We have to change a couple.
Yeah, so in response, to kind of touch on what you were talking about, like with this proposal, the only removal is the statement of in addition to having skill beyond that of master, applying the knighthood is above, right? Your skill level is above. If you read the line prior to it, where it's a knighthood is bestowed, whereas masterhood is a recognition of skill, knighthood is also recognition of character. So it's still implying that masterhood is still important. Your skill is still important. It's just also a judge of character. We're not taking away using masterhood as a guide if you wish. We're just taking away the implication that a knight is above that of a master in skill.
Thank you, sir. So you've heard comments, mostly centered around proposal 7. Do we wish to open a new line of discussion? New line of discussion, Celestial Kingdom. Point of order. Yes, go ahead, sir.
we want to make a particular proposal as part of this discussion, what would we need to do to go about that?
You would motion to do so.
I would like to motion to amend item two. Right now, the proposition is to remove the line in addition to possessing a level of skill beyond that of a knight in their field. I would like to amend that to, in addition to possessing a level of skill equal to that of a master in their field. Or some similar verbiage as discussed by
That the one word change beyond to equal. Right?
Right. What I'm proposing is beyond to equal, but we may want to phrase that a little bit better. That's up to smarter people. What I'm saying is, this I think, because for me, the conversation was, we're removing skill altogether, but apparently that was not the intent. Let me just kind of speak, kind of your parliamentarian feels like. Please. So go ahead and make your motion as it is. Don't add anything or whatever else, because that would then. Yeah. Strike your motion without favorable discussion. My motion is to change the struck verbiage from, in addition to possessing a level of skill beyond that of a master in their field, to strike the word beyond and replace with equal to.
So let's go 15 seconds.
Okay, guys, there's been a motion made and we're gonna get that typed.
Beyond equal to.
Yes.
We're going to take comments from the virtual room in a moment. We're gonna type this motion up in the chat. But I want to caution everyone again. There is a can of worms to be opened here that we will be here until 3 weeks from now if we keep to do it. However, this motion was close to passing, very close. Yeah, and I think that we could have some traction on this while we're preparing the precise verbiage to put in chat for you guys. We will take comments from wetlands.
With something this serious, we should be changing this and then probably moving it on to next gathering, to the next vote. But us changing this now and the verbiage and trying to pass this without going through our populace, something as serious as this, is problematic. And the other piece that I have behind this is a discussion that we should have had months ago when this was put through on the comm page. We need to start doing these things in the proper manner so we can really flesh it out instead of having, let's just change it real quick. No, let's do this in the proper way, guys, gals.
Christopher, you are Iron Mountains, I believe. Yes.
Yes. Is this for new line discussion, or are we still talking about the proposal? It's been kind of hard to follow.
Oh, yeah, I know. So a floor motion has been made. We are getting that into the chat. Now we are discussing this floor motion that is in the chat. You should be able to read it.
Yeah, I don't have any comments on that.
Proposal item 7.
I don't have anything. I was looking for a new line of discussion, so.
Yep, sorry, thank you. Crystal Groves, current motion to discuss.
Yes, I just want to echo the fact that I really don't think setting a precedent that to begin new motions to alter these items is a good idea. I think it's unprofessional, and we should have, and any changes to items or additional motions to edit items should have been done months ago.
This is actually traditionally how Circle of Monarchs business was done, believe it or not. And as part of parliamentary procedure, according to Robert's Rules of Order, these types of changes are permissible and do happen. The AIBOD president is an experienced parliamentarian, and he can give an additional comment on that. To my microphone here, if you wish.
So essentially what you're dealing with is the unprofessional part is not actually what's happening. This is literally how the meetings run, because we have those rules of orders that sets us in place so we don't go off the rails. It's basically what it comes to. So motions can still be brought forward. We can still find those motions unfavorable if they do not meet the requirements of the Robert Rules of Order says. This one does not pertain to that. It does meet what Robert's Rules ask for. It is inside a professional manner that we set ourselves in the precedents and what Robert Rules of Order says. And with that, we end up moving forward with that. If it was found unfavorable, we would have said that and given guidance of how to adjust that. But this is just literally how the system works unless we decide to go with something other than this type of parliamentary procedure. But that would have to be a vote for us to change quite literally everything.
And the executive committee is allowing this motion because the margin was so close on this vote. So this proposal is one that we are willing to entertain and edit in person here for. So that's it, Manama, you're as a member of not being on the comm, we're not going to call you to the floor at this time.
Sorry, I just want to say thank you, and that's fair enough.
And last comments from the wetlands.
Yeah, no, we're handling it the correct way. The voting procedures and Robert's Rule of Orders is actually the way it needs to be done, and that's not the issue. My question is this for the comm reps. We need to do this through our kingdoms. That's my big issue.
Okay, Manama, go ahead, say your piece on the wording.
I know you guys are doing, I meant to change this. Currently, as worded, it won't encompass all the changes need to be made to the appendix A, because there is a section right below what it's on page 71 that describes every knighthood, and then says that it is player may be eligible for Knight of the Flame after obtaining masterhood in Rose, Smith, and Lion, and that's not in this proposal to remove those.
I think Panama has. I think on this point here, I would call like a 3-minute recess to go ahead and confirm the research, to make sure you guys are all on the same page.
Yeah, we're going to allow Medrin to speak, then we're going to take a 3-minute recess to confirm the proposal here in person and give you guys an update. Medrin. Oh, they should be able to now.
I was saying, yeah, I was just going to say, I don't think you need to change the language that Manama was talking about for the motion at his saying. I think I think you can just do what is posted in the chat, because you're not removing masterhood as a requirement. Masterhood's still a requirement.
Certainly.
So,
okay, we're going to take 3 minutes while the executive committee looks at this. Virtual attendees monitor the chats.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, guys, we are back. As it stands, there is currently a motion before the committee to revote on Proposal 7, recognition of knighthood as a character. I will type this for you as well in the chat, but I'm going to cleanly state it now. If you look in your agenda, there are 2 sections that are strike-throughs. Those will no longer be strike-throughs. Instead, in both strike-throughs, the word beyond that will be changed to equal to in both instances. Rising winds, is that what you propose? Okay. So that's actually a quite simple alteration. A motion has been made and seconded to revote Proposal 7, recognition of a knighthood, knighthood as a recognition of character. The 2 strike-throughs indicated on Rules of Play, page 3 and page 71, are no longer strike-throughs. Instead, beyond that will be replaced with equal to in both instances. Item 7.
I'm typing.
Yep. Yeah.
Taking out beyond, so it's say equal to that of the master?
Yeah, not beyond.
Or equal to of the master.
Equal to that, the word that.
Okay, so yeah.
That is the only thing that's striking here is
I don't think
beyond.
it's okay.
Yeah, that is.
We're just trying to stay there. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So yes, beyond struck and equal to added. So it becomes, instead of beyond that of a master, it becomes equal to that of a master in both cases. And everyone virtual should be able to look into the chat. And that is the essential change. Okay, all right. So yes, please review your chat. The word beyond is now struck and changed to equal to. All right, in this matter, Proposal 7, this will classify, we will change the ruling. Can we go back? Proposal 7, oh no, I was vote 13, yes.
So the motion to amend the vote itself.
It needs a vote, so we'll have to create an additional record. Motion to amend.
Technically.
All right, so this procedure requires 2 votes to execute. The first vote is a vote to amend. And that is listed here, language change, motion to amend. If the motion to amend passes, then we will vote on the new language to be placed into the rules of play. So on the motion to amend item 7, Burning Lands, how do you vote?
Yes.
Yes. Celestial Kingdom.
Yes.
Dragonspine.
Yes.
Emerald Hills.
Yes.
Golden Plains. Polaris.
Yes.
Rivermore.
Yes.
Rising Winds.
Yes.
Cal de Gore.
Yes.
West March.
Yes.
13 Roads.
Yes.
Blackspire.
Yes.
Crystal Groves.
Yes.
Golden Vale.
Yes.
Iron Mountains. Iron Mountains.
It wouldn't let me unmute, sorry. Yes.
Move that mute button closer to your finger. Northreach.
Yes.
Northern Lights.
Yes.
Neverwinter.
Yes.
Meridian Outlands.
Yes.
Winter's Edge.
Yes.
Wetlands.
No.
Nine Blades.
Yes.
Desert Winds.
And Desert Winds. That counts as a drink.
That does, I think so. $10. I'd like to pull Chewy, but I'm still gonna vote yes.
Excellent. All right, so the language of proposal 7 has been amended. It now states what was in the chat. It scrolled by you quickly. The word beyond is changed to equal to in both cases, and the sentence is no longer struck. On approving item number 7, knighthood as a recognition of character with amended language. Burning Lands, how do you vote?
Hang on.
Hold on, the amendment doesn't need the majority, it doesn't need.
Okay. I will give the secretary a moment to catch up. Yes.
So take a drink of your juice boxes. Okay.
I'll fix it later.
Yeah, he'll fix it later, guys. All right, so continuing the vote on item number 7 with the amended language, Burning Lands, how do you vote?
Burning Lands votes yes.
Celestial Kingdom.
Yes.
Dragon Spine.
Yes.
Emerald Hills.
Yeah.
Golden Plains.
Yeah.
Polaris. Rivermore.
Yes.
Rising Winds.
Yes.
Tal'Degor.
Yes.
West March.
Yes.
13 Roads.
Yeah.
Blackspire.
Yes.
Crystal Groves.
Yes.
Golden Vale.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Thanks for asking.
Iron Mountains.
Yes.
Northern Lights.
Yes.
Northreach.
Yes.
Neverwinter.
Yes.
Viridian Outlands.
Yes.
Winter's Edge.
Yes.
Wetland.
No.
Nine Blades.
Yes.
Desert Winds.
Yes.
All right, item number 7 with amended language as amended in person at the annual meeting has passed. 22 kingdoms in favor, 1 kingdom opposed.
I was shooting for about one.
That's not our schedule. All right, we will now entertain new lines of discussion on knighthood proposals. We have the Celestial Kingdom to open a new line of discussion.
On proposal 6, separation. It is very bad, in our opinion, due to all the kingdoms have different corporas, which allow different parts to award differently at different levels. At level 8, the part that I play at would be able to award somebody qualification for knighthood, and I think that should be a kingdom qualification, not at park level, to be able to make that decision. So it would take corpora changes probably for most of the kingdoms to come in line with that. So in moving forward with knighthood proposals, let's keep in mind that corporas would need to be changed if we were going to lower it to anything below 10.
Hilarious response. So why on this proposal dealt about a lot? I'm not sure what the point of discussing this before, but no one's gonna change their mind not to pass this, so.
Well, in future proposals, it's going to come up again.
Oh my.
Can we have a reminder of what it did and did not pass by?
Oh my God, it was I got you. Yeah, 18.
Someone can always motion to kill discussion as well.
Motion to kill discussion.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, so I was just going to actually propose that rather than have a discussion about this, we do what the AICOM committee had suggested / requested, which is have them form a committee to actually look into this, and review the possibility of something like this.
So to properly have that, a motion would have to be presented during discussion for that to happen and be accepted and recognized.
Yeah, so I would like to motion that we give the XCOM the power to make a committee to review the possibility of this.
So if you were currently seeing responses to the CA proposal, I think we can do it unfortunately right now. That's correct. So let the motion stand.
Oh, I didn't make a proposal.
The discussion now is in general open, but we are asking you guys to combine into one topic at the time for clarity. It will go.
Motion to end the conversation about 7 and.
Seven's already been voted on.
Yeah, we're on.
Seven's done.
Okay, but I would like to now motion, since we're back on the discussion of what the topics are, correct?
6. Yes. Right now, we're entertaining a line.
Let's end the conversation about 6. I motion that we end that so we can go forward to having a committee like she wants.
Yeah, so we need someone to second it.
So I second the motion to do it, I already did that.
Oh, okay.
What?
Let's all question. You're almost there. Pause. We essentially have 3 motions on the floor that are gonna have to be taken care of. What that means is the first motion that starts over here is the first one that takes priority. Then it'll go there. Unless all of those motions and those who made those motions would like to say, I withdraw my motion, and then we can start over to do it more professionally in order.
Okay. So while we were discussing the line of discussion on item 6, a series of motions began. The first one that the chair we heard was from the Rising Winds. Can you please restate? You have withdrawn your motion. The next one that the chair was from the Golden Plains. Can you please restate your motion?
My motion is a proposal for the XCOM committee to create a committee to review the possibility of a separation between masterhood and knighthood.
Do you wish to withdraw this motion?
No.
No.
Yes, at this time. At this time, we'll get it in just a second.
Okay, sure.
Thank you. I withdraw mine as well.
And the other has withdrawn their motion.
Motion to call question. Thank you. Trust me. Really not supposed to be doing this this way.
Emerald Hills.
Okay, so we're still required to be talking about 7.
Well, that is the open line, that is an open line of discussion, and it's not a requirement. That is a request by the executive committee. Right now, the open line of discussion is all proposals related to knighthood. Right now, for clarity, we are discussing a topic 6. But right now, the section of the meeting we're in is open discussion on the knighthood proposals, which are items 6, 7, and 8.
Okay, but we are currently, is there any more?
Any more comments on the Celestial Kingdom's line of thought? Winter's Edge, virtual.
I'd like to start with a point of inquiry before I go too far. What is the state of the current awards committee? What are they working on, or have they been dissolved? XCOM?
The committee has not been dissolved, but they are currently in an inactive state. And the committee lead has essentially not been seen in some time, or has not been active in her role, and has not called her committee to any points of order, to my understanding.
She actively resigned.
Oh, she resigned, the lead. Okay, yes, the lead has resigned. And as of this time, no one on the COM has motioned to appoint a lead. So right now it is still a formed committee without an active lead, and at present does not appear to be conducting any business. Annette Hine was the lead. Okay. Yes, we will defer that to the executive director and have her make a post on that matter on the COM page.
From where I sit, this seems to be something that would be reasonable to just kick over to the awards committee and have them come up with something and actually spend their focus.
The COM is also free to explore any matter it wishes to as well. And I have been trying to push this line of reasoning. Volunteers' time is limited, and one committee, it depends on what you want them saturated with. But yes, your proposal, yes, that is a possibility, sir. and online Iron Mountains.
Thank you.
I agree with Winter's Edge on that. I think that'd be a great line if we can get that committee up and running, or because exploring the threshold that the overall populace of Amtgard is comfortable with or would like to see for a qualification of a disconnection of masterhood and knighthood would be something I'd be very interested in pursuing.
What's under us?
Yes.
Sit down.
Has a recorded mandate. The lead of that committee did formally resign. The if it is the will of this circle that the award standardization committee is to be reformed to discuss the issue, it probably need to start from very base blocks and move forward.
And is that a committee governed by the executive director or us?
No, sir, that is for
That's the language.
I'm just giving you the language.
So yes, now, what I've been speaking to every day is essentially you would ask the XCOM to restart and reinvigorate and make this topic one of their priorities. And we actually don't need to form a new committee. Express your will to the XCOM, direct and this committee, appointed with a new lead, this topic to be one of their priorities.
Hey Gavin, can you do that for us?
Yeah. Did you?
I'll get my square to come in for you sex instead.
Yeah.
So nobody heard anything yet?
Okay. I'll repeat that. So since the Award Standards Committee does exist and is in formation, you essentially do not need to direct the executive committee to form a new committee. You just need to direct us to ensure that we install a new lead and that this topic, the topic of knighthood, becomes one of the committee's sort of chief goals for the next year. I think we fixed that problem, yeah. So to that end, did they make one?
I'm not the one who proposed that one, so they could withdraw the entire item. And discussion.
Iron Mountains, it is within your power to withdraw your motion entirely of item 6 to sort of quiet any future discussion on that, should you choose to do so.
Are they unmuted?
All right, now we.
I mean, it's a failed motion. Is it even worth withdrawing at this point?
It would help us from a procedural standpoint.
I think it's best being referred to the committee.
So do you formally withdraw your motion as listed in the agenda as item 6?
Sure.
Let it be noted in the minutes that the Iron Mountains withdraws proposal 6 from consideration. West March.
West March requested withdrawal of proposal 8 and that we send that to the award standardization.
I appreciate it.
Okay. Emerald Hills.
So, clarity, we are now open for discussion on the whole thing of knighthood, right? We removed the 2 proposals.
And we approved 1, so.
I still think we should have the word standardization committee. Formally motioning that we have that revamped and directed towards that.
I second.
All right, so the Emerald Hills.
I'm the worst. Okay, I also motioned that we had the review the plan.
Oh, well, that's.
So
Hold
on. That committee can still do right?
procedural standpoint, you're asking our to revamp it, appoint it, and get it going again. At that point, you guys basically throughout the rest of your discussion going into Q4, you can make those types of recommendations that you would like to see that committee focus on, and that's where you want to do that.
Okay.
But here is where you want them to recommend to give a mandate to that committee to start that appointment.
All right, here we, so I did the first one. Let's go. Don't say something about the second.
Okay, guys. All right, so there's a motion before the floor by the Emerald Hills, seconded by 13 Roads, that the executive committee restart the awards committee, appoint a new lead, and ensure that the subject of knighthood, in the spirit of all three proposals made today, is discussed and becomes a major priority for that kingdom. Clarification, yes.
Are we and putting stuff on it right now?
No. No, you're just rebuilding the boat. As the wetlands pointed out earlier, trust your committees. That's why they exist. So we will do this by by a voice vote. All presents. So this is for members in the room in favor. Please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Online members, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
Wetlands dissents, motion passes.
You're welcome.
What else is new?
Good job, everybody.
All right, and with that, we're having our lunch break. Thank you, everyone. We will be reaching out to some of you to be on the awards committee.
Food hasn't made it to second.
What? How much longer for food? So we're going to start calling the meeting back to order. We'll continue to try to improve on the switch over. It does take us several key presses here to translate between virtual and in person to prevent feedback loops. So we'll continue to try to get tighter on that. That's a good question. It is getting warm in here. That would be a question for Smiley. Genocide, can you ask Smiley about the AC? Ragnarok said it's sweet. Right. Okay, so we're going to hopefully proceed through the second half of the meeting relatively quickly. There will be constrained discussion periods where if we do make it to extensive B9 discussion, we will be setting a hard time limit on that, of which you will be informed well in advance before the discussion starts. Some of the later items are just presentations, and there will not be discussion. One of them in particular is the task force, the Amtgard International Board of Directors Task Force on the Code of Conduct. They will deliver to you the scope of what that's going to be. And over time, that committee will be sending reports to the Board of Directors and the Circle of Monarchs on their findings. For now, we are at time that we are 30 seconds left till our official start time. Okay, members of the V9 committee have been allowed into the meeting. They are all present, I see, or most of them. I hope you all had a chance to review the V9 annual report from this year. You were able to see kind of the work in progress on the class rule system, as well as get a glimpse into the overall game design philosophy for the new meta of V9, as it were. And you also had an opportunity at the end of that meeting to hear me speak as that committee's oversight on my opinions on the progress that the committee has made. And as their oversight, I still stand by those points that I made in favor of them. And I hope you all had a chance to review that. In addition, I hope you've had a chance to review all the other V9 reports. Since we have had extensive discussion on V9 over the past few years, and there is ample resources for you to review, we are going to move straight into this vote here on the dissolution of the V9 committee as we just addressed it a year ago. Should it not, should the vote pass, in essence, should the V9 committee be dissolved, we will open a discussion period of a maximum of 20 minutes to see if we would like to enter into a revote of that.
Fine, but it seems like.
Oh, here we go.
Yep.
We had a router reset, it appears on our end. I don't think anyone was disrupted. Chewy, I'm gonna make you a co-host in case something bad, that way the meeting hopefully won't get accidentally ended.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I'm on a secure connection. We're good.
Hey, all right.
Been off your entire intro, got
Don't abuse the power.
I will. I mean,
Okay, did everyone virtually hear what I just said? Did you miss anything?
we missed pretty much everything you said.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yep.
All right, take two. Man, I hope this meeting is still recording. It says recording. All right. Do we want to start? Let's start an auxiliary record on this computer just in case. Record the local machine. Yeah, record this computer. Okay. All right, we've got a backup recording going just in case. Okay, as I said, well, welcome back to the second half of the 2023 meeting of the AICOM. As before, we want our mission to continue to be to do the best business possible for our kingdom. The first half was extremely pleasant and everyone got along well, and I hope we can keep that going and continue to do good business for the game that we all love. On the subject of V9, I hope everyone had a chance to review the annual report. You had a chance during that meeting to see the progress they've made on the class rules and to see kind of the overall design philosophy behind the sort of game meta that V9 seeks to implement as an element of game design. You also had a chance to see me speak on their behalf as that committee's direct oversight, and I continue to stand behind the comments that I gave there, that I support the work that they have going on there. With that said, since everybody should be well informed on this matter, we're going to proceed directly to the vote. If for some reason the V9 committee does not pass their vote and they are up for being dissolved, we will have discussion on that for a time limit of 20 minutes and then a revote on that matter if so motioned by the members of the COM. So without further ado, on item number 9 in the agenda, vote 15 of the day. Dissolution of the V9 Rules Development Committee, Burning Lands. How do you vote?
Yes.
Celestial Kingdom.
Yes.
Dragonspine. Abstain. Emerald Hills.
No, you're
Yes.
voting to dissolve the one.
Right. Voting no.
Thank you.
Yes, if there's a question, a vote of yes is to dissolve, a vote of 9 keeps, a vote of no, 9, no keeps the committee intact. Yes, a vote of yes will dismiss the committee. Golden Plains. Polaris. Rivermore. Rising Winds. Cal de Gore. West March.
Yes.
13 Roads. Blackspire.
No.
Crystal Groves.
Crystal Groves votes no.
Golden Vale.
Golden Vale votes no.
Iron Mountains.
Yes.
Northern Lights.
Northern Lights votes no.
Northreach.
Northreach votes no.
Neverwinter.
Unfortunately, yes.
Viridian Outlands.
Oh, sorry, having issues with spacebar. We vote no.
It's the big one in front of you, Mark. Winter's Edge.
Winter's Edge votes yes.
Wetlands.
No.
Nine Blades.
No.
And Desert Winds.
Kingdom of the Desert Winds votes yes.
All right. Okay, the vote is recorded as 9 in favor of dissolution, no, 13 and 1 abstention. That will leave the V9 committee operating under their current mandate, which is to produce a fully formed rule set and to conduct playtesting during this year for a vote at next year's AICOM meeting. You might notice that during the annual report, the V9 committee has asked that the vote to approve next year be a vote to commit and that playtesting become official. This is something the XCOM and COM will be further exploring exactly how we want this mandate to look and to resolve at our next quarterly meeting. So we will be discussing that at our Q4 meeting and exactly what we want that to look like come next year's annual meeting. So we will be having those discussions in the COM, but for now, the committee will continue to produce the product that they've said they were going to produce this whole time and essentially delivering a play testable product here very soon that will begin a full play test. For more details, visit the Amtgard website where we have the V9 developer reports, and those come out monthly. If they haven't been coming out monthly, then I'll go ahead and direct the committee to let's move them to monthly reports. But I think by and large, they have been monthly. Proceeding on to the next vote, which is release of V9 survey data. What do you? Okay, so GP has motion to discuss. Do we have a second? So let's
Discuss what? What are we discussing?
Yes. You,
Okay, so
Okay, what are we discussing first?
my problem with V9 is not their lack of product that they've produced so far. It is that the product that they have produced so far is so lacking that I do not see a reason to continue. And in the video that the PowerPoint that they provided in the video, they discussed a lot of things that, I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think most of the game actually wants to go, or at the very least, my kingdom doesn't. And I know my kingdom isn't the only one. The removal of the magic, well, not removal, but almost non-existence of magic is, well, because they already said it in there, they wanted to make magic not even close to a meta. They wanted them to be the support classes and this and that, and they should not be. They should be something that is called, not less than. I no longer believe that the V9 that is currently in the process is something that we should be doing. I'm not sure this is the route we should be taking our game.
Noted. Celestial Kingdom response.
4 years ago, I sat on this very board for the first time ever, and we voted to put together a V9 committee with the stipulation that within 2 years, they would have something that we could start working on and playtesting. I understand that the world kind of fell apart for a minute, but we're 4 years after that, and now we're wanting to extend another year. I'm asking, how long are we going to continue pushing this out while V8, V8.5, V8 whatever, continues to be put on the back burner? Why don't we put together, why don't we use the information that was collected in V9 to improve V8 in a massive patch? Because the V9 that's already on the table, that has been put on the table, the rough draft is just that, rough. So why continue pushing forward with this when we can refocus our efforts elsewhere?
So I have two major problems with V9 as it stands. The first is I don't understand what its mandate is. V8 had a clear mandate. The way we were playing battle games was different from how we played battle games when V7 was created. we had to fundamentally alter and reshuffle all of the classes. I don't understand what the mandate is now, other than we'll eventually have another rule set, so we might as well see what we can produce. I think that's how you get like the smorgasbord of what we have. The other problem I have is what I consider a major conflict of interest. What we have is our 8 rules representatives deciding which V8 fixes will not be before this board and will instead be rolled into V9. I think they're working on a new rule set while also representing an old rule set, the conflict of interest, and I will at the next quarterly meeting issue a proposal to forbid that.
And what's in these from us?
The problems that I have with V9 as it sits right now is I believe that we are moving entirely too fast to move the rule set. We haven't gotten ours close enough to viable in order to put it to the next one. Our monarch in town of Gore brought it up to me, and I actually did the research and double fact checked it. Every time we get a new rule set, our attendance as Amtgard as a whole dips 30%. And then has to build back up again. Post-COVID, we're not in a place where we can take that kind of hit at this point. I like kind of what I'm looking at what I've looked at over V9. I like it. I think we need to take more time to implement it.
Not sure. Anything else?
No.
And that was Alan Gore's speech. Any other in-person attendees who follow up comments on this line of conversation? All right, virtual attendee. Neverwinter, there's been a request from some comm members to hear Heron speak. Would you like to yield your time to Heron? Otherwise, all comm members will get to speak first.
I'll yield my time to Heron.
Heron, you have the floor.
Hi there, this is Heron. I'm on the V9 team, and I'm also the rules representative from the Kingdom of Northern Lights. And I did just want to respond to some of the discussion about the V9 development process intersecting with the V8 rules rep process. There are 2 of us, myself and Goravan, who are also rules reps of our respective kingdoms. I know that for my kingdom, I'm elected by my kingdom to fulfill this role. And thus far, my kingdom has decided that I should continue in both roles. But I would like to say that personally, I haven't found any issue advancing the rule sets in tandem. There are a lot of ideas that have come up through the development of V9, such as looking into higher aero safety that have bled into V8 rules change proposals, including some that were passed earlier today, like the 1-inch aero blunt proposal for safety's sake. So I think that the overlap between the two has actually been very helpful. I think that a lot of the discussion that happens in both forums grows both rule sets. And I know that last comm meeting, there were a couple rules reps that had posted in response to some of the broader changes that that it might be too big of an overhaul to just throw into V8, and that they wanted to wait until a big version reset. And I think that since we've developed our playtesting system more for V8, where we've got the spicy A, spicy B, spicy C, I think that that kind of change is something that's easier to work in, no matter what the rules change process looks like. And I would definitely expect that process to be applied once if V9 becomes our official version.
All right, thank you, sir. Wetlands.
Ma'am, but thanks.
Ma'am, sorry, yep, it's all right.
No, I think part of the issue we stem in, and I've got received some information that isn't necessarily the actual information that I guess V9 is working with, but a lot of people just don't know what's going on. I think we've asked repeatedly for different things. We haven't been heard on some of those things, and we wonder why this keeps getting brought up every single year about disbanding V9. And a lot of it stems from the fact that the general populace and some of the more vocal minorities are disliking the way things are being done. And I think we need to probably look at changing some of the things that are being done, or just even having conversations. Because, and again, I've had this comment through this entire committee or time meeting today, is that we're not engaging with our populace in general. We're not disclosing that with the reps of individual kingdoms. I have a V9 rep, and just recently we started having conversations on our page. And to me, that's problematic.
Winner's Edge.
All right, thank you for the floor. First off, I've been part of the V9 focus groups since October of 2020. I was brought in on the expanded combat rules section, and I'm going to speak largely from my experiences and as a member of that organization, as those focus groups, and I'm going to speak based on what I've seen of the results. We spent probably 2 or 3 months arguing over how best to implement armor breaking rules. The focus group came to a consensus. What that consensus was is not what's in V9. Hands down. We were told that one of the primary objectives of the V9 team is to simplify the rule book. To make it shorter, to make it clearer, to make it easier for a new player to pick up and use. I ran, admittedly, there's some formatting issues here that may throw off the numbers a little bit. I ran word counts on the completed version of V9 compared to the equivalent version of V8. The equivalent version of V8 is about 18,500 words. The completed section of V9 is 28,000 and change, not including the appendices, which are another 7,000. We're looking at a more than 50% increase to the length of the rule book. Your average newbie has a hard time picking up and comprehending the rule book that we have already. Making it longer and more complicated is the opposite of what we need to do, and that is what they are accomplishing. Now, they've asked for a change to their deadlines. Cool. If we do continue them, they need it, because they're not going to be ready in time for testing at Keep, and that is a fundamental thing that we need to have done. If we have not tested our game at the highest end that it's going to be used, then we have not tested the rule set properly, and there's a solid chance it will break at that high end.
Great, thank you, sir. Any first-time commenters in person? Any first-time commenters in virtual? All right, Wunjo, you have the floor.
If everyone, I'm making a list because there's obviously a lot of things to kind of respond to here. So I don't know if we want to just go through everything and then I can kind of tackle things one at a time, or if we want to have me kind of tackle what's here now and then we'll add more to the list secondary.
Well, keep in mind that there is an overall time limit, so you keep these responses to each item brief as you can.
Okay. So I'll go through what we have right now. So in chronological order that they were brought up. So first thing was the fear of us either deleting magic or reducing magic in some way. That is just incorrect. To clarify what the plan is and what's going on, it is to basically spread out those play styles amongst the classes, so that it is not Druid can do everything and then, you know, here's some other classes. The magic classes are not being relegated to support, they're being relegated to magic. That's the difference. So, you know, Wizard's still going to be able to do all its offensive stuff. We're not stripping out their ability to be a magic caster. We just want to shift their ability to be casting and melee focused to some of the other 8 classes that might be more deserving of that playstyle. In regards to the timeline, we have followed our timelines that we have set forward since we started this project. The committee was only formed in 2020 officially, so we haven't even been around for 4 years. So claiming we've done nothing for 4 years is obviously false. Our XCOM is here. We've voted on the timeline multiple times now. We are moving at the speed that we have said we would be moving. Sorry, I'm going through these really quick. I apologize if my tone seems a bit rushed. When it comes to transparency and letting people see stuff. So I'm going to start this, and I want to preface it by saying I'm not blaming anyone. Basically, last year, we had a lot of people concerned that we were being too out there, and that we were kind of overshadowing V8, that the rules reps were talking about V9 more than they were talking about V8. That people that, you know, we weren't letting V8 do its own thing. And so after that meeting, we spoke with Gavin with the XCOM, our oversight, and we agreed that we were going to pull back on some of that deliberately to give V8 the room to breathe alongside us. And so that's what we did the past year. And obviously that was probably too much. So this year coming forward, as we've mentioned in our annual report, if we are allowed to continue existing, we are going to be opening up stuff again. And if it's a matter of people want stuff opened up sooner than October, then, you know, we can do our best to do the necessary infrastructure changes to make that happen. I would love to be super open and super transparent, but we just need to not be getting kind of mixed signals in regards to, you know, you're overshadowing V8 or not, because we are putting 110% into communication. And like Chewy just mentioned, if rules reps and V8 stuff is kind of, you know, lingering, then it's very easy for V9 to kind of overshadow it. So, but if we want to have something more variable, we can talk about it, we can work, and we can touch base over the next year to find that equilibrium. Next up, Avi's statements about armor breaking and the focus groups. So the overarching statement there is that early on, I believe a lot of the focus groups and some people even now may be under the wrong impression that they are the V9 team. We've definitely had some issues with people making comments across Facebook saying that, you know, I used to be on the V9 team and this, that, or the other thing. The playtesters who come in and the focus groups are just that. They are people who have volunteered to come and share their opinion and talk. They are completely unfiltered. They are not expected to, you know, follow any mandates, be good designers or anything. So when it comes to Avi's statements about the consensus that was made in those focus groups, that focus group was about 20-ish people randomly picked for their love of armor. So at the time, did those 20-ish people agree on what they thought would be cool? Probably, right? When we went with the rules and we had our actual designer discussion, did we feel that that was an approach that was feasible, reasonable, in the best interests of Amtgard? No, and that's why we went with what we had. There's a lot more chain effects that we're not expecting our focus group members to continue or to consider, and that's kind of the tricky part about having people involved, but not having them required to know everything and stay up to date. Avi, I can see your hand up there. Do we want to let Avi respond to my thing, or should I mention the 2 extra bits? Actually, the 2 extra bits are all.
I think we're gonna call it time for now and hear calm responses. Wetlands, you've had your hand up for quite a while.
Yeah, I think one of the big arguments I have, and I've had a couple of these. I was about to type it in the chat. I've got written statements from individuals that were a part of either focus groups or members. I don't know. I'm not really sure, but that their issues of concern and safety were completely ignored. And if that's the case, that needs to be investigated. We need to look into that.
Thank you. In person, we have Golden Plain. Yes, sir.
I just want to confirm that you had a focus group that was centered around armor. They gave you feedback. these were people that were chosen by you and then you went a different direction from your feedback. Is that a yes or no statement?
Sorry?
Their speaker cut out, Gavin, just FYI. Microphone, I mean.
You organized a focus group for armor. Your focus group was selected by you. They gave you feedback, and the V9 team said go in a different direction. Is that a no statement?
That's a bit of a loaded question. The question itself provides incorrect statements.
We had a focus group that was based around armor. The focus group gave you their opinions on that. Is that true?
Yes.
Different direction.
Yes.
You have to switch the audio. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, please give a generous pause. It's not used to know. And my second part of that is that V9 went in a different direction than the focus group. Is that true?
Yes. However, saying that the focus group had a consensus of any kind is false.
And Goldenstein.
No, I'm not saying. Yeah.
All right, Winter's Edge.
All right, so we weren't just brought together for armor. Now, I have an interest in armor. I'm a master owl for my work in armor. I was put on the focus group for my expertise in siegecraft. I have literally written 2 textbooks for the college level on siegecraft. When I was brought in for that purpose, my expertise was actually pretty heavily dismissed, not by the committee as a whole, but by certain members of it. The couple of things that I suggested as what Siege really needs, gone. This isn't a one-time thing. This isn't dismissing the consensus of the group, which there was a consensus. It's a habitual move in the to go the direction that isn't necessarily within the expertise of the organization. Thank you.
Okay, we're nearing the end of our time limit. We'll let legal counsel be brief, and then Wunjo has his final item to address, but we don't want to revisit any previous items. Medrin.
Am I able to address?
Yeah, we just want to hear from Medrin really quickly. Medrin. Okay, maybe. You said you had an additional item to address, Wunjo?
Yeah. One of the big ones that is a concern was the extra words being added to the rulebook, and I just wanted to quickly explain that the size of the rulebook is what it is now in testing, and that it's obviously going to get trimmed down as we go. But in addition, we are putting in a lot of stuff that currently exists for V8 still, but not in the rulebook, right? All the clarifications and terminology that people get from the rules clarification page, stuff like glossary items, which just involves, you know, redefining words. That's all adding, but we are a reference document, right? At the end of the day, and we want to be thorough in the stuff that will be referenced, but the actual rules text, when you're reading through to learn how to play the game, we are intending and striving to make sure that that onboarding and that flow is good.
Understood. Celestial Kingdom in person.
Yes, we just wanted to revisit something. We just wanted to revisit something that we had said earlier that was contested. That we in the clan 2019 minutes, it says why wouldn't we be doing play testing in 5 years? And Manama actually said it's going to be soon. So we should be play testing a finished or close to finished book sooner than 5 years, which is Yeah, and it doesn't look like it's in a state that is, has the ability to be play tested on a large scale.
And we'll let Medrin, have you got your mic fixed?
Hey guys. Yes, sure do. Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me? No, maybe not.
Yes.
We can hear you online. Yeah, we
Okay.
can.
So did I understand correctly that the plan is for there to be a complete rule set to be voted on, like completed, play tested and voted on next year?
That was the original timeline. The committee has asked for an extension, and that was covered in the annual report, and we will be addressing that in our next meeting. We've ended the time of our discussion. We're going to allow the proposal author to have one final comment, and that is Golden Plains.
The thing is, and this was something that I don't know if you can hear me because my voice carries. I'm sorry, I'm loud. My main problem is that V9 lacks any level of consistency. They are constantly contradicting themselves. Even in their earlier statement with the consensus thing, they said it was a consensus, and then they said there wasn't. And they lack almost any transparency. I'm not sure how we're supposed to put our faith in them when what they provide is not anything that is viable, it is not usable, and they are constantly contradicting themselves. And I know that the vote wasn't very close, but I would like to call for a revote. I second that.
Okay, the proposal author has motioned for a revote, and Burning Lands has seconded. So at this time, we will revote the proposal. All right, vote 15, dissolution of the V9 Rules Development Committee. A vote of yes results in dissolution of the committee. A vote of no leaves the committee intact, operating under their current mandate. Burning Lands, how do you vote?
Yes.
Celestial Kingdom.
Yes.
Dragonspine.
Yes.
Emerald Hills. Golden Plains.
Yes.
Polaris. Rivermore.
No.
Rising Winds.
The illustrious kingdom of the Rising Winds would like to vote in.
Caldegor.
Yes.
West March.
Yes.
13 Roads. Blackspire.
No.
Crystal Groves.
Nope.
Golden Vale.
No.
Iron Mountains.
Yes.
Northern Lights.
Northern Lights maintains no.
Northreach.
Still a no.
Neverwinter.
Neverwinter maintains yes.
Viridian Outlands.
The Vernon Outlands maintains a no.
Winter's Edge.
Winter's Edge maintains yes.
Wetlands.
Wetlands maintains no.
Nine Blades.
No.
And Desert Winds.
No. Me, yes, sorry. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, the proposal still fails. The V9 committee will remain intact. I want to say to everyone here and present and everyone watching virtually that's on the comm and everyone who watches this later, every single criticism that has been given of the V9 committee has been heard. As their oversight, the executive committee will be ensuring that to the best of their ability, without fail, that the V9 committee addresses these concerns and moves forward in a manner that is best for all kingdoms, not for some. So I want to be very clear that every single one of these criticisms has been noted and will be addressed individually by the oversight committee with the V9 committee. I just want to make sure everyone is assured of that and that that will happen and that will happen very soon. And then we will give, the executive committee will give an update on how those discussions went and what we are doing to address those concerns at the Q4 meeting. So that will be done, and that will be our results as oversight committee will be presented to you guys then. Okay. All right, moving on. Release of the V9 data. This is a proposal to release our survey data in accordance with any privacy laws essentially that may apply. So we're going to move right into this vote. A vote of yes will cause the executive committee to initiate the process to release files containing the responses as appropriate within privacy laws that have been submitted during the entirety of the data gathering time period. So this is multiple years of data and multiple surveys. So the entirety of the data will be released in accordance with any and all privacy laws. So we'll move right into that vote on the matter of the release of V9 survey data. Burning Lands, how do you vote?
Yes.
Celestial Kingdom.
Yes.
Dragonspine.
Yes.
Emerald Hills.
Yes.
Golden Plains.
Yes.
Polaris.
Yes.
Rivermore.
Yes.
Rising Winds.
No.
Caldegor.
Yes.
West March.
Yes.
13 Roads.
Yes.
Blackspire.
No.
Crystal Groves.
No.
Golden Vale.
No.
Iron Mountains.
No.
Northern Lights.
Northern Lights votes no.
Northreach.
No.
Neverwinter.
Yes.
Viridian Outlands.
Yes.
Winter's Edge.
Yes.
Wetlands.
Yes.
Nine Blades.
No.
And Desert Winds.
Yes.
It's a pass.
Okay. This will pass. So the executive committee will likely consult our lawyer for sure as we approach this. Yes, okay, the vote count, it is a pass. 15 kingdoms in favor. 8 kingdoms opposed, no abstentions. So the executive committee will likely consult some experts going forward. I see Mordsith, Nine Blaze, you have your hand raised. Go ahead.
A motion to discuss, please.
All right, a motion.
Seconded.
Who seconded?
Iron Mountains.
Iron Mountain. Okay, Nine Blades, a motion has been made and seconded to discuss. Nine Blades, you have the floor.
Hi, okay. So it's been brought to my attention, I know that you did all the privacy things, that would require you to remove every single Canadian data thing because it actually violates, sorry, I'm just looking at what it's called. It violates Canadian privacy and other types of laws. And I can share the link, but we had somebody on our Facebook who said it beautifully. It's subject to PIPEDA, regardless of AI being an American incorporation, or that the V9 team being international, meaning any disclosure must be consented to by an individual respondent. And unfortunately, the survey did not specify that the data would be shared publicly or any privacy type things. So you'd somehow have to figure out whose survey was is Canadian, and you'd have to specifically get their permission to be able to do this. I feel that this motion should be tabled until you can find out if it's actually legally and liability possible for Amtgard to do this, the way that surveys were conducted.
Crystal Groves, response.
Yeah. First of all, I absolutely agree with the previous statements, 100%. I won't speak to some concern in Crystal, or there's been some concern and disdain in Crystal Groves about this proposal, just based on the fact that demanding the results from and the analytics from an advertised anonymous survey doesn't sit well with a lot of people. A lot of everyone who did this survey went into these surveys understanding that they are anonymous. Their information will not be pulled or shared, and obviously, you know, some information will be protected following certain laws, but I'm very against releasing data as anonymous.
D, go ahead.
To second the point about these surveys were advertised as being completely anonymous, and turning the V9 team into liars retroactively, it feels not okay with a lot of my populace. There was also a lot of concern about the amount of work that this is going to take, because these were not simple yes, no surveys. These were essay responses. And that's going to take a lot of time for whoever is going through this, whether it be lawyers or the V9 team themselves, to go through and redact every bit of personally identifying information. And do we know who it will actually be putting this work in? Because I did not see any information on who that would be.
Redaction would be the responsibility of the executive committee.
Okay, thank you.
We're going to allow the hands raised to speak, then we're going to have a brief recess to discuss a couple of things with legal counsel. West March in person.
And you are an attorney. You cannot say, based on this legislation, we must. You say, I reference this, I think this is how it is. That it is very technical, and there is a very good chance that there are a lot of things that you don't understand that go into that. That's why we push this through an attorney. So I appreciate your perspective, but you voiced it with an authority that you don't have unless you're an attorney, and you did not indicate that you are. So we need to be very specific with our language.
Thank you. Neverwinter.
My kingdom is interested in seeing this data released because we think it's one of the best things that V9 has done up until this point, but there was some concerns about protections for individuals, especially individuals that are disabled or suffer from some form of handicap. So we wanted to ask what security procedures are going to be in place to ensure there's no discrimination or any kind of consequence for these individuals.
Wetlands.
There's a couple things that I want to address. First off, the information that are part of these surveys is not owned by the V9 committee. It's owned by Amtgard International. Okay. If that information is not already struck as far as redacted personal information and we're retaining that, that's potentially a problem. So I think we need to understand that information should have already been done when it went to the V9 group. So that disseminating that information should have an impact on it. And of course, it should be looked at if it's being done. And I know Amanda just posted something, we've done it without consulting a lawyer. That's probably true. But, this is part of the problem when you start collecting information like this. And when we did this, if it's anonymous, there should be any kind of identifiers that result in an application of PII, which is the United States, is personal information. So I get the concerns, but that information should already be done. That kind of process should already be finished.
We're confirming now, but to address that, we're pretty sure that all of the V9 committee is NDA'd because of that very fact. I'm confirming that right now, that the entire V9 committee is NDA'd.
That's not the point though, Gavin. If the point is that if this information, if it's the same thing that we have waivers, if that information is dictated not, and how's it being secured now?
Right.
Even if they're NDA'd with that information.
Iron Mountains.
Some people raised concerns about I believe the surveys asked for a lot of demographic information, and about that getting disseminated to the point where people could actually potentially identify other individuals. I don't know if that's true or not, but that is a concern. That's kind of why I think I agree with the suggestion that it should be tabled until all of these things could be looked into.
Viridian Outlands.
Hello. So I'm coming to you more as myself here, as my kingdom has voted yes for this statement. I do think that there's also a very huge perception on how raw data can be hurtful to our game as a whole. Raw data, it just holds a ton of information that people might not be able to perceive as something to be helpful, and that we definitely need to be looking at that aspect as well. Just to bring that up as a reason going onwards.
I'm sorry, Medrin had the floor, and Desert Winds, you have been noted. Medrin. Medrin, you're free to speak. While we're waiting on him to fix his mic, I have Desert Winds, then Celestial Kingdom. Desert Winds, go ahead. And
I voted, yeah, I voted according to my kingdom this time, but I would like to take another revote because I personally I took a lot of these courses in law school, and I used to work as a security analyst for a large corporation. And these are serious, very serious concerns, and I motion to take a revote.
Second.
It's been brought to our attention that the Zoom chat is going a little crazy. You were expected, anything said in chat is considered to be in the meeting. If you are acting inappropriately in chat, you can be ejected from this meeting in its entirety. The chat is part of the meeting. Please keep that in mind.
Can you hear me now, Gavin?
I can.
Gavin, I did make a motion and it was seconded to take the thing, but I'm not opposed to Medrin having his say before we do that.
I'm sorry, say again.
W motion for revote.
Okay.
Move for revote. It was seconded by Northern Lights.
Okay.
However, Medrin would like to speak first.
Okay, we have 3 hands up before then. We'll address those and then move right into your motion. So the last 3 hands that were up were Celestial Kingdom, Caldegor, and our legal counsel. So Celestial Kingdom.
So the reason this was brought up in the first place is because there has been no professional statistical analysis done on this information. The information itself is not usable in its current form because there's been no statistical analysis done on it whatsoever. This was brought to our attention by somebody who actually does statistical analysis and does it on a professional level for a university. So that's the whole reason that we wanted this to be done, so that we know that the stuff in V9 that they're claiming everybody wants is actually what everybody wants and not a statistical anomaly.
I yield my time. Yeah, because I have another motion that I was gonna put forth, but the motion came up.
All right, we can yield this time to Medrin. Did you specify?
All right, can y'all hear me now? Gavin, can you give me a thumbs up if you can hear me? I can see you. Thank you. Okay. So there's a lot here to unpack, first of all. And it's debatable, Canadian law versus United States law. You know, there's a lot there. And my reading of, I'm not a Canadian lawyer. I can certainly do some research and I can certainly consult with other attorneys. What I'm going to tell you is, if you guys vote yes on this, what will ultimately happen from my perspective is I'm going to do a bunch of research. I'm going to see what AI can safely, without incurring liability, release, given the information that was said to be provided on the surveys and the purposes that it was said to be used for. And I'm afraid that what you guys want is not likely to be able to be done by the data that we can cleanly release. And the reason for that is this. So Chewy gave kind of a list of what is listed as generally personal identifying information. But here's the thing that you guys need to realize. PII also includes anything that can reasonably use to identify somebody. So for 90% of the United States population, roughly, at least that's what my information suggests, if you have their age, their zip code, and their gender, you can come pretty close to identifying somebody. Okay. That is especially when connected to other survey data. So what has to happen is a lot of this data has to be unlinked, essentially, even if we decide that we can't safely release it without incurring on PII issues. And it's going to be a lot of work for the AICOM. It's going to be a lot of work for me. And I'm not saying I won't do the work, and I'm not saying the AICOM doesn't want to do the work, but I'm saying that it may be a lot of work for not a lot of return. So a lot of that has to be scrubbed. So for example, somebody's response that says, what do you think the weakest class in Amtgard is? Okay, that's not terribly identifiable, right? Like, that's not personal identifying information. And whether we need to stick with whether that's given in confidence, yes or, is a different question. But if that data is also connected to the person's time in game, their gender, the kingdom that they're from, and et cetera, which is useful data, right? You want to be able to say people who have X amount of time in game think Y. People who have Y amount of time in game think Z. Linking that data is what's necessary for a statistical analysis, but the more interlinked data becomes, the more likely it is to be able to be used in a personally identifying manner, and the more likely we're going to have to release stuff like that if there's this whole release. And I'm going to be conservative here when I'm going to suggest to to AI that if this is a situation that is going to potentially result in PII being released, that we're going to have to err on the side of either limited release or no release. And I realize that may be contrary to what the COM is asking AI to do, but that may be the recommendation that I make, just depending on what the content of the data is. If you guys want just the answer to the scout questions and percentages of that, those types of things I think can be released. It's just going to be a lot of work to figure out what has to be decoupled and what can be included and what can't. And it's a lot of work. And frankly, I have to consult me on a lot of these issues. Just to make certain that we're doing this as safely as we possibly can if you guys direct AI to do this. It's a little weird because I think that the survey data that was gathered may be broader in some areas and narrower in others, and it may be difficult for us to necessarily, I guess what I'm saying is it's going to be hard, and I don't have a solid answer for you on yes or no, whether this is legal or whether it's not legal and what can be released. So effectively, your vote is going to be directing AI to release this information, and AI's answer is going to depend, I think, on a lot of legal research. I'm hoping I'm being clear on what I'm saying there.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. All right, a couple of updates as we've been going through this. There were a few motions to table. The motion had passed already, so it therefore cannot be tabled. There was then subsequently a motion to revote that was seconded. Can we confirm who made that motion to revote?
That was me, Desert Winds.
And I believe
I believe Bruce was the one who seconded.
And Rising Winds, right? Okay. So okay, at this time we have a motion to revote that was seconded. So we are going to move into a revote of this proposal. It looks like we're going down again, so give us 1 second. Weasel, can you come up and address the AICOM about your note directly, just so we make sure that we're while we're waiting for a restart here? And you can say wherever I can hear you, but so what was your concern about the chat? Oh, that was you. Oh, that was you. Okay. Well, did we address your concern? No, but did what I say address your concern? Okay. Sure.
Just because you go further, do we need to beat people?
Oh, never mind. Never mind.
Is a little disconcerting considering the fact that we're not going to say it feels like we are held to a higher standard of reform because our whole system got it. And yes, side conversations in there. At the beginning, it was for Gavin, or definitely strong, and it turned into like finger points of the day. It's just there's been a lot of side discussion that the process for but that isn't said full voice conversations. Yeah, Zoom chat on Facebook chat. And I'm doing my best again, but I'm doing like 87 things and I can
So basically, discretion's gonna be in your chair.
Okay, guys, but we appreciate you bearing with us. As we move methodically through this, I mean, our ultimate goal is to try to do things as correctly as possible. Obviously, none of us have law degrees and legal experts, but we do have several people in the room who are experienced. So as the meeting goes along, we are constantly consulting them with respect to rules of order in the meeting. Right now, we do have a motion to revote, and we are going to carry through on that motion. So. Okay, so I have to look at the tiny screen now. All right, so the Circle of Monarchs has chosen to readdress the release of the V9 survey data. Burning Lands, how do you vote?
Yes.
Celestial Kingdom. Dragonspine.
Yes.
Emerald Hills. Golden Plains.
Yes.
Polaris.
Yes.
Rivermore.
No.
Rising Winds.
No.
Caldegor.
Yes.
West March.
Yes.
13 Roads.
Yeah.
Blackspire.
No.
Crystal Groves.
No.
Golden Vale.
No.
Iron Mountains.
No.
Northern Lights.
Northern Lights will maintain no.
Northreach.
No.
Neverwinter.
Neverwinter will change our vote to no.
Viridian Outlands.
We will also change our vote to no.
Wetlands.
We're still yes.
Winter's Edge.
Winter's Edge will change our vote to no.
Nine Blades.
No.
And Desert Winds.
No.
Yeah, but I just want to jump on. We did not hear anything an individual in that in the in-person meeting said, just FYI online.
Yeah, because it would be feedback. So you just have to watch their votes on the screen.
No, I'm talking about there was a discussion that happened before we did the vote. Before they did a mini recess. Or the XCOM did a mini recess. There was a discussion from somebody on the panel in front of you. Nobody could hear it online.
Oh, I don't know. I was talking to the XCOM. I don't think anyone gave open comments.
No, we were.
I'm talking about before then.
They were talking about the ability to do a revote.
We were discussing the chat conversation and what the reasoning.
Oh, yeah, we were consulting with the executive committee was consulting with the parliamentarian. But no COM members made any statements from the floor. On the vote tally, we have 10 kingdoms in favor, 13 opposed, no abstentions.
Yeah.
So that said, the one thing I want to make sure everyone is aware of is there has been a lot of data release. And I'm going to make this an official announcement to the V9 committee that I want you to conglomerate all of the charts that you have produced into a single file that can be reviewed. That's easier for kingdoms than searching through annual reports and searching through developer reports. So I'm officially requesting that the V9 team consolidate all previously released data charts into a single document and to make that available for ease of use in interpreting the data that has been prepared so far. Because I have a feeling that a lot of people are having a hard time finding the data that has already been presented. Right. Yeah. Okay. All right, overall, you know, I think that section went relatively well, and that will continue to be, I'm sure, a point of dissension in our game. And I want to reiterate that every single criticism of both the previous proposal and this proposal have been heard and noted and will be addressed by the executive committee, and we will stay on top of making the best of the current situation with respect to openness and transparency. So we will work not only on the criticisms offered for the V9 committee and how they operate, we will work on data availability and data presentation and make that as good as we possibly can under existing constraints. Just so you know that we will be working on that. Moving on in the agenda, we have Amtgard International funding discussion and presentation of the 2024 operating budget. We're going to switch the screen share and we're going to show the budgets on the screen. This was a budget that was approved last Sunday by the Amtgard International Board of Directors. I'm going to run through it line by line for you real quick and kind of give a brief explanation of what they are. This new screen share should be coming up. And then you'll have a chance to ask questions of myself, who's on the board of directors, the AICOM membership officer, and the board of directors president, Smiley, is here as well. Yeah. Okay, and the annual operating budget. I'm still not, I guess the lag is that bad. I'm still not seeing it. Yeah. Yeah.
I know that we came down in the budget to give everyone. One that was posted and sent was the most up-to-date one, or is that something?
The one posted is the one. Yes, the one that came across in the compost is the one, and we have a physical copy here for you as well. All right, on the budgets, the first few line items relate to the hosting of websites. As you know, websites require domain hosting, they require publishing, and they require DNSing. Line 1, to maintain the actual physical amtgard.com, and for when you type that letter into your browser to redirect to an actual website, that cost us $168 a year. For us to keep the name every year, amtgard.com, that costs us $17 a year. To host the website, this is the people we pay to host all the files that make up the website. That costs us $348 a year. To host all the data files that make up the ORC and the wiki, that costs us $180 a year. To pay someone to maintain a backup of the ORC data in case the other servers catch on fire or break down, cost us $48 a year. That happened earlier this year. So thank goodness for that 48 bucks. It's what saved the ORC. Amazon Web Services overage fee. This is a charge that we may possibly incur if we go over our traffic. It costs us an extra 50 bucks. Rarely does it happen. It did happen last year. We did incur $150 overage. So we budget one time a year. We assume that 1 month, somebody's going to get something dramatic's going to happen. A bunch of people are going to visit the website and we're going to have an overage fee. So in case that happens, we budgeted for that $50 for overage traffic. So that is how much it costs us to maintain the web resources as they exist in their current state without any improvements. DocuSign account fee. This is how we get people NDAs, all the COM members sign their NDAs, how we can bring official contracts to kingdoms, official contracts to committee leads, official contracts to do business, to sell things, to buy things. So this allows us to create binding legal documents over the internet. That costs us $120 a year. SurveyMonkey is how Amtgard International collects data. The V9 committee used this. The V8 team used this during the development of V8. It is a resource that is available. Come up with a great reason why you need it. Contact the executive director and we can loan this out to you. It is a resource that we have available for the game to be able to collect and analyze high quality data that cost us $439 a year. Now the big one. As you may know, recently we have, as of June 20th, we have finally secured our trademark. And the other great thing is we are now a fully registered in all 50 states with registered agents, the whole 9 yards, the real deal, nationwide nonprofit organization, not piecemealing it state by state anymore. And to maintain that year after year costs us $4,950 a year every year. That is the chief and primary mission of AI, and this is the chief and primary expenditure of AI. And this is a great deal that we negotiated with Harbor Compliance, and that's what this big old chunk of chain does. The next item, our D&O insurance. It protects Amtgard International, the corporation, against various things like hurricanes, floods, plagues, frogs falling from the sky, or probably more likely getting sued. So that is our insurance policy that we maintain. I don't know if it protects against plagues for real, but hopefully we don't have to find out. Texas and Colorado are funny. They require their own little filing fee, $50 and $10 respectively. So we have that there because they're just that way, and we have to pay them that $60. We have told all kingdoms that as part of the licensing agreement, we will pay the PayPal fees out of our cut. That costs us $350 a year, and that comes out of our slice of the pie on the Amtgard International Board of Directors end, not on the kingdom's end. So that's $350. Now, technical resource development. This club has been really lucky in that we've had coders and people create stuff for us over time. But if you visited an Amtgard International web resource recently, you can tell they are old and they look outdated and they are shabby. Web development is expensive, extraordinarily expensive, $65 an hour minimum you can get a coder. So we will continue to have most of our stuff for free, but we need a little money sometimes to be able to improve a technical resource. So we have allocated $1,500 to improve the website, to improve the org, to improve the wiki, whatever may need. At least we have a little something if an expenditure comes up that we just absolutely cannot get a volunteer engineer to donate. It gives us a little flexibility to try to bring our web resources into the modern age. And that's our hope, is to be able to do something really productive with that money that improves the quality of our web assets. And then $1,000 for unanticipated expenditures, and then $350, which covers the cost of the in-person meeting and helps ablate some of the costs that are associated with everyone who was kind enough to drive all this way. So that's kind of the line by line on what it means. Now we will take questions, additional questions from the floor and from the virtual attendees. We have Polaris.
Was there any role for the matching budget?
Yes, and you can find that in our minutes. We can be working on pulling that up. In the minutes every month on our Facebook page, the Amtgard International Facebook page, you can see the amount of our year-to-year rollover. And yes, there is rollover from multiple years. So yes, Amtgard International does maintain an operating budget. And that is in our minutes. We'll try to pull that up for you right now because I don't want to give you any numbers off the top of my head. So the most recent minutes are from last month, but the amounts really didn't change. Yeah. We'll screen share that in a minute.
Like after it was all said and done, how much of those unexpected expenses?
Just as an explanation, our fiscal year is calendar to calendar. It is not common. So we still have a few months left.
Okay, so we wouldn't be able to get those numbers yet.
So yeah, we'll get that done for you momentarily. If anyone wants to go to facebook.com, Amtgard International, you'll see it right there.
They can't hear.
Yeah. All right. So Polaris, did we address your question? Perfect. Any other in-person questions? 13 Roads.
On your domain renewal fee, .net.org and .net and the .net and the .org for Amtgard, are we redirecting or are we doing anything with that space, or is it currently like a 404?
Somebody want to add that in? I'm pretty sure they redirect.
Correct. And that's what I would expect.
Right. We have all stuff for that. We know that a lot of people always go Amtgard, right? Because that's what we used to have way back in the day. So that makes sure that net, all of those.
Is it not in person?
I haven't been worried.
I'm thinking, or maybe it's Either
be real, I mean, either way, like, I was
So,
definitely
yeah, if you go down to
talking
work,
about
then it goes
people.
down, you guys are still 20, we want to make sure that anybody who goes there, the other aspect that, you know, like, some, Amtgard.org or Amtgard something, and redirect it to a different place than what we are trying to represent as an organization, all right?
Absolutely confirmed by Steve.
What's that?
Absolutely
We need to
confirmed by
fix that,
Steve.
thank you. Yeah, it's this site that I'm, we 404 done that. Yeah, so we got a 404 done that.
They'll fix it.
We can, our executive director said she would gladly fix that for you. Is Rising what's happening? Oh, no, she's gonna personally fix it.
The question was, are the redirects functioning? And apparently the .NET redirect is not functioning, so executive director is submitting a help ticket to our tech team right now saying, fix that, bros. Any other in-person questions? All right, virtual Viridian Outlands.
Let's wait for a while.
Oh, yeah, her hand raised.
Let them
not
go
working.
first.
Yeah, Desert Winds.
I see that we have the technical people all covered, but there are other committees of AI that are not represented in this budget. And I think that we really need to put at least $1,000 towards the other committees that we have available, because we have volunteers doing them, and it's a lot to ask them to come up with their own money and do their own thing. More specifically, my squire is on the fundraising committee that gets rated a lot, and they're doing good work so that we don't have to raise a whole bunch of money all the time. But it would be really helpful in general for all the committees to have, you know, some amount of money for incidentals and stuff like that to do their jobs.
Okay, in that area, the hope of the board of directors is we do have significant funds rolled over. And now, as of June 20th, with the trademark, our hope is for that Amtgard International becomes completely self-sustaining and no longer requires any money from kingdoms. Now that as of June 20th, we have the trademark, we have already initiated new fundraising paths that'll be from AI directly, merchandising, et cetera, to be able to generate funds in order to provide key support to these committees that you mentioned. Right now, there's nothing allocated in this budget for that purpose. But as we begin to fundraise, I have a question for Dusty. So even though they're not allocated, we could still spend money from our existing funds or newly fundraised funds to support committees. Is that the case or no?
Yes, we could. I mean, we could allocate within inside of our board as we direct, we set our own budget, that if we actually have extra expenditures extra rollover, those are obviously still there. We still have an operating budget that money's still sitting in the bank. So those things are easily doable. We would just need to convene as a board to vote to make that happen, which is things we want to do, right? We want to support our committees. We want to allow our kingdoms to not be gouged by us, to have as much money as we could possibly get at the same time. And so, yeah, those are all things that we've already addressed and we're already functioning and trying to move forward with.
So yes, in essence, it's now the board has the capability to directly spend the money they fundraise and their excess money in ways to benefit the game. The budget represents sort of critical operations, must-haves. You know, that's why they're allocated. That does not prevent the board from supporting committees by vote to use funds for any reason to support committees, as you've indicated. Does that answer your question, ma'am?
I would just, going forward, recommend having a specific line item for committees so that they're not overlooked in the future by future board members, not this one, but, you know, just as something to remember, because they have, each of these committees have needs to do. I mean, especially our diversity and inclusion committee, you know, our ombuds people, you know, there's a lot of people who make this organization do great stuff, and it's unfair to expect them to, you know, fork money out of their own pockets to do so.
Now, point of just privilege, I'm going to say that now. Number one, AIBOD, and as your president of it, we have never expected any of our committees to give any funds out of their own pocket. That has never been an expectation. I have no idea where it's coming from. And if somebody has chosen to spend money out of their own pocket, that has never been brought to the BOD for us to hear any committee to ever do that. That has never been our expectation. That will never be our expectation. As long as I play this game, I will give hell to this board if that becomes the expectation. It is our job to sit here and do the best we can, where we can. If there is a miscommunication or something was done in a wrong manner, I would like to know now as our board president in front of everyone, so I can correct it immediately.
Okay, well, all I know is before you became president, Payam Asghari did a lot of work for us on communications and boards and all things online, and he was paying for everything out of his own pocket. So I don't know if we've addressed that issue, but that was something at the very back of my mind about one of the things that's I have nothing recent to contribute on that matter.
And this
that is not,
well,
again, I think there's miscommunication, but to be fair, it's a new board. This is where we are. I think we've created better transparency, better capabilities for our kingdoms to be heard. And at this point, I don't think that's going to be a concern in the future because we have better mechanisms and better policies and procedures moving forward at this point. So I think that has already been addressed. And I'm very confident that we're going to be able to maintain and meet the expectations that you're bringing forward.
Thank you very much for addressing those issues.
Viridian Outlands.
Hello. Okay, so I've got a pretty fun question, and it has in regard to the nationwide NPO. So now that we are one, are there steps moving forward to look at becoming an international NPO that includes the groups up in Canada? I'm sure it's definitely an adventure.
Those are the questions you just watch us age as you ask them. Yes.
You're welcome.
Yes, that is the next step in being looked at.
Sweet. I just wanted to make sure it was confirmed and the process is going through.
Did you want to respond directly to that, Medrin?
No, I think your answer is fine, Kevin. I think your answer is fine.
Awesome. Thank you very much, guys.
Wetlands.
Man, Gavin, you put poor Medrin on the spot. He's like, I don't know. But no, I want to echo what Dusty said. Look, you know, we had this problem in the wetlands as well, where people were donating things. Years ago, Amtgard International was having the same thing where a lot of stuff would come out of pocket. And as a board member and as a comm rep or anybody who just cares about this game at all, nobody should be donating out of their time. We have enough information, we have enough people, and we need to budget properly. And that's part of where this particular piece goes to. And that's why we voted on it like we did, for where we can ensure that nobody's having to pay for anything out of pocket. We can be solving our own. We don't have to worry about, you know, coming out and saying, and we have processes in place that should we need to, we can come hat in hand to the kingdoms and say, hey, guess what? Our budget wasn't right. We need to do a little something else. And if our committees need actual funding, this is something that the committees need to come up and have a conversation with the board of directors for. I don't see any issue with that, and I don't think anybody who's on the board of directors would say that that's a problem. We would love to entertain conversations and along those lines, and just funding our groups to make sure that, number one, that they're productive, they're successful, and they're getting out what they need to get out to make us a better organization as a whole.
In-person comments. What was the order? Okay.
So there's a fundraising committee that still needs money. Is that what? I mean, they've already been paid once in a one-time startup.
That was it, yeah.
Why are we?
We're not.
Why would they need more money?
Thank you.
Are they not doing their job properly? Do they need to be replaced?
That's not it
If you don't
at
mind,
all.
could you address that for us?
You made her the fan. How dare. This one right here? Okay, so just to address that concern real fast, as was pointed out, the fundraising committee is not on this budget. So the fundraising committee is not asking for additional funding of any particular kind. Obviously the trademark being in our hands firmly, tightly, now opens up a lot of opportunities for us that we are very excited to explore towards the end of this year and then all throughout the fiscal year next year. So there is no additional ask from the fundraising committee at this time. We actually made it budget neutral last year. It wasn't on last year's proposal either. So if some great idea that we need a little buy-in for, like with some crazy merchandising that we need to buy in ahead of time, that's a different conversation. It gets presented differently, but it's not currently an item on this budget.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Well, yeah, so technically that was my thing was, I remember being on the com when the fundraising team asked us for a one-time payment of $1,500, and they said that was all what they would need, their startup, right? And then, you know, I get it. Sometimes, you know, stuff happens. But asking for an annual part of budget when your entire job is to raise.
I'm not specifically for
I'd
them.
also like
they're
to
just-
take this opportunity to point out that in the agenda appendices, there is a copy of the licensing agreement. This happened last year and a lot of people still don't quite know how it works. How the new funding procedure works is that every 3 years, the Circle of Monarchs negotiates with the kingdoms on how much they want to give to Amtgard International. This is separate from the budget. Right now, for this year, 2024 and 2025, the kingdoms have committed to give $500 per year. After that, the kingdoms have committed to give nothing. So they will renegotiate in a year to say, now how much do we want to give? That might be more, might be less. The hope is that that number goes down to 0 and AI eventually becomes completely self-sustaining. So that's how the licensing agreement works. In there, it does have a provision to where something crazy happens, good or bad. On the good side, be like, oh, we got this really great deal to get like every Amtgard class made as a stuffed animal, but it's only going to take us into $900 to get it off the ground. We can use the licensing agreement to have the kingdoms all pitch in their share of that $900, and that mechanism is in the agreement. So I encourage everyone to read that agreement. It is in the agenda. There is a link to it, just so you kind of see how it functions. As of right now, there's 2 more years on the agreement. After that, it will be completely renegotiated as far as funding commitments from kingdoms. So please reread that if you have not. Wetlands.
I don't know, my hand's raised, don't mind me. My bad.
Very good. Any final questions on the budget section before we move on? Why can't I see your hand? Oh, okay, you physically raise your hand. All right, yes, Drakara, please again.
For whatever reason, I can't push the button. There isn't a little button on here, so I'm kind of upset about that. But anyways, that aside, I just all I wanted to comment was that I'm very aggressive and able to serve on AI in any shape or fashion. So I'm not pointing out fundraising specifically, only that I heard that they're what you know, some of the money that they raised was take other purposes. And so that is not to say that they're not doing their job. They are in their job, working very hard. So and I just want to make sure that we, not this group of AI BOD people, but like future groups, keep in mind that also part of running this organization is supporting their committees. And with that, I yield.
Excellent, thank you. All right, now we move on to, all right, this is going to be a presentation from the Amtgard International Board of Directors. He's going to inform you about a code of conduct task force. If you want to sit here, you can in my, let's go ahead and have our seats. Let's get back to it. All right, guys, are we ready? Are we ready?
Yeah, Evan usually wears his every day. I've seen it.
Okay. All right, moving on. 2 more items, and these should go relatively quickly. It is that time to elect 2 more members to the Amtgard International Oh, task force presentation, scratch that. All right, before the board elections, we'll have the outgoing president give his description of the task force he's going to be creating for you guys. Why don't you just sit here in this chair and you'll get you there.
You've been sweating in it.
I sat on something
Dusty looks good, man. Looks like he's lost weight.
All right.
That red looks so good.
So to bring all of this up, the things that we're looking at right now is most of the stuff in my 4 years of being on the board of directors here has been mostly complaints about the COC. If I were to tell you guys how many people have asked me as the president of the board of directors, if we could overturn somebody's ban, or if we could ban somebody ourselves, or if we could tell a kingdom how to do their job and step in for them, we would have probably 17 different volumes of just stuff, because people look at the COC violations in all kinds of different ways. So due to that, because of those complaints, and I'm going to be honest and just blunt and transparent with you, I also believe that there are issues with our current COC as it sits. I think there are things that we're implementing wrong. I'm not sure if all of the numbers we have need to be the way that they are. I'm worried about how implementation goes. I'm very worried about how people talk about things being done unfairly. There's not a review process. And I'm very frustrated that every time somebody says something and goes, I was never told why I was banned because AI said you can't tell me, drives me insane, because that's not the language that we have been using. Bottom line is yes, you need to protect the victims the best that you can in everything that you do, right? But you also need to know your own state laws. You need to know your own country's laws. That's not our job to dictate to you how you do that, right? We're not here to babysit you in those things, but that's been one of the part and parcel of the biggest problem. So the best thing that I could figure out to help us solve this issue without us going through an entire process to elect a committee and vote that we need to have this committee and have all this discussion and everything else, I took presidential privilege and just appointed a task force. Why is it called a task force? So I could just get it done. So we could have it already there. So you could have somebody that you could start working with, being with, and they could research. So we need to figure out what their scope's going to be and exactly what that task is. And what I'm going to be directing for them to do very specifically is to research COC bans, to research how they're implemented, how they're overturned, research how many are used in a year, some simple statistics that we can look at, research and look at each and every one of our COC numbers, and if those are still viable, or if they're being abused in a way that maybe we need to readjust how it's read, or maybe one of them just needs to be tied into the other one and we have too many, or maybe we need to overhaul the entirety of the COC. But that's not the task force jobs to do, is to overhaul or rebuild or anything. It's to give you as much information that all of you have been asking for to begin with, so you can make an informed decision as our kingdoms for our entire organization of what is the best practice that we could put in, that you can vote on, that we can all agree on, that this is what we're going to do that has a good checks and balances. And that's up to you to decide. They're just going to make sure they have good information to give you. Does that make sense? They're not going to give you names. We're not going to have numbers. We're not going to deal with personal information. We're literally just dealing with the generic. We know these things have happened because we have it reported. And if you're going to ask, well, I want to know specifics on that. Sorry, guys. I'm not going to tell you that they researched me because I got banned because I ended up punching some small little kitten on somebody's park that was named Chewy because I don't like Doug. All right. It's not going to happen. But I want them to just do their job. And luckily enough, sitting here today, I've also had somebody else volunteer to serve on that task force. And so I said, absolutely, I'd love to have you. And that's Milk over in Rising Winds. With Milk actually being on there, that covers us pretty much the entirety of our game of our board, of our task force, right? That covers Canada. We have a Canadian representative. We have representatives that stretch all the way up to Pennsylvania and almost to California. I don't think we have anybody in California yet. And Etah may want to do that, but I'm not sure if I like him enough to do it.
Now, we have a bar certified engagement experience. It's an Amtgard member and it's always involved.
Give me a second.
Hey, can we transition to one of Con speaking? Could you please mute? So that I
Yeah,
can-
we'll
Gotcha,
recognize you.
gotcha. I'm trying not to let him speak just
Yeah.
yet. I appreciate that, but we'll get to it, okay? So that's what I'm presenting to you guys, the good news and the bad news. Guys, this is my last meeting. I've been here with you guys for 4 years. Some of you have been on and off the COM the entire time. And guess what? All of you can tell me the same thing. We have dealt with COC complications, issues, and complaints the whole time.
Others of you are like, this is the first time I've gotten to see you do any of this stuff. Cool, I'm glad you're here. So I've asked our board of directors if they would like me to stay on at the task force. That is going to be their decision, but I've asked them if they would support the task force and let it continue and not kill it after it's appointed and moving forward. And I'm asking you as the COM, let them do their job, support them. I think it's a serious issue that we need to look at. I've got kids that are playing outside right now. I want to make sure we're getting this right. I also have really, really great people and great friends that I do think have gotten the short end of the stick sometimes. But if we can come together and figure out what we need to be, I think we'll be better off. And I'm hoping the task force will at least be the catalyst to start that. Make sense? So that's my presentation. I guess questions?
Yeah, so next week on your. At Westmark.
Yeah, so a member of our kingdom who is heavily in our kingdom, when you're accused of COC, they allow you to have someone else be your spokesman. And we have a large friend group always choose her because she's a lawyer. She's also an ADA mediation experience, and she's very interested in making it real and fair. And so
Ita, I think I appreciate that. I would gladly take that. And by all means, I would love to have somebody from California with that experience on the task force as well. And also just to remind everybody, this isn't something for us to vote on. This isn't under your purview. This will be for the board of directors. This is me literally just appointing them. It's going to happen no matter what. I forgot to say that part.
And finally, that this advisory board, they don't create policy.
Right.
They will make recommendations.
Right. It's an advisory board, not a policy board.
So I have two questions, which if he gets his member on the team to actually answer it, would be how many of your members have any kind of legal experience? Because like that's always the big concern, is we don't want to get sued, right? Like as a monarch, that is genuinely the biggest fear, is I'm gonna ban someone and then get sued, right? And the other one is will they be like, they're just strictly advisory, they go in, they research everything, and then we can come to them with our ban information and be like, hey, is this legal? How do I handle this? Or how would that work exactly? That's why I'm asking.
So the task force is not there for you guys to come to and ask, hey, is this a legal ban? Did I do it right? They're here to research what we've already done and how we've been doing it, present that to you, and we get to look at it then and go, we've messed some things up. We should do this better. How do we fix it? That's what they're there for. The first part, what was the first question again? Oh, the legal part, right. So Medrin, I've asked Medrin directly because he is our legal counsel for AI to serve on that task force as our legal counsel, not necessarily just a generalized member, but to be able to represent us in that legal aspect, because that's his function for us as AI. And he has said he's willing to also do that. I feel for him because I get to step off the board and walk away if I want to, and he still gets stuck with doing more stuff. So Medrin, I love you, man.
And
I appreciate the shout out. I also appreciate the extra work you give me.
Okay.
Well, one might not be the first one. Okay, so you're doing this as a task force. Can you explain? You're doing this as a task force. Can you explain to me the differences between a task force and a committee? You're doing it with executive privilege. Cool. I like that. 2 committee members get voted on by us.
They're not giving a mandate with act, like they're giving a mandate, but it's more putting in practice than act.
purposes.
Correct. That's the entire point. They're so the key word is task. They have a task for research purposes to be able to disseminate that to us so we can make a decision within a year, or to tell them, keep doing your work. We don't think we have enough information yet to make a call on this. Does that make sense?
It does. Listing who you're going to put on task force.
Absolutely not. Yes, I am. And unfortunately, a couple of them I don't know personally, so it's going to sound really bad. I don't remember their names, but they came recommended by their kingdoms themselves that were there. But one holding.
There's a lot of discussion in the chat that they.
All right, unmute, wait a second. All right, guys, so we're gonna start giving a longer pause as we switch between, so the lag is what's eating us up. So hopefully you can hear Smiley now at this point.
Okay, everybody. So the question was, who is on that task force? And like I said, I have a couple of individuals on there that I don't know personally, so I just don't remember their names, and my phone's dead, so I just don't have it, but I will make sure you get that information. But for the ones that I do know, and I do remember very specifically, is that we have Professor Trent Nelson. If anybody knows who he is, it's been out here helping us run games and stuff like that. He's going to be serving on the task force for me. FT, or Father Tom out of the CK, is also going to be serving on there as well. Jinx, Mercedes, I always make fun of his name. Anyways, Martin is going to be serving on there as well. That's up in the north over in Pennsylvania. And then also we have Milk, who's with us right now, that is going to be serving on there, who's volunteered. Plus there's two other members that I apologize, and they're going to hate me. I don't remember their names, that are from the central parts of the United States. One's in Missouri. And so that's your totality there, is what I have. If you have recommendations that you think somebody would be really well, like Wes March has already mentioned, please bring it to me. I'll take it under advisement. I don't really want to give a task force that's going to be like 27 different people. I want them to be able to be effective in what they're doing. Drakara wants to assist. Drakara, we know each other personally, so shoot me a message on Facebook and I will gladly talk to you about that. I think we might be able to get you in there. I'm muting myself now.
Okay, so I played other games extensively, and they have a lot of bands. I've been involved recently with some reaching over from DAG to talk to different teams. Is there any communication? Could this task force look at a better way to communicate with other games so that we don't have people that need to be banned in one game and be ignored? I don't want them to be able to ever get to Amtgard and ban another game everywhere. Like, if they don't want to follow with the ban, that's fine. That would be an important thing that could also be looked at. Sorry, like, with cross gaming becoming more and more popular, we're gonna have this, and also predators have looked at this and jumped in predator. Sorry.
Alex, yeah, looking at that, I have no problems asking our task force to research that and look at the viability of it. I do want us to try to get ourselves right first, if that makes any sense. And so that's my ultimate concern. I do want us to be worried about bans that are in other games and the cross gaming as well. But I think first and foremost, my biggest concern is going to be us here and how we're doing it. Because if we can't implement everything well here, then I think it's going to be very difficult to work with other organizations that are implementing bans and try to get that to flow into the system well too. So unfortunately, we will take priority first, and then depending on what's going on. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Thank you.
9 Blades, one final question.
It's kind of two in the same one. First, do you have any Canadian representation on this board? And secondly, how will you be gathering information?
Yes, we do have Canadian representation on the board. Is it yeah, that's who it is. It's Ann Cash, sorry. She's gonna yell at me later. Ann Catch is the representation from Canada that's on the board. How we're gonna be gathering data at the moment, I don't know. I want to make sure that we're sitting down with Medrin as our legal counsel, us completely as a task force, talking through that, making sure we have proper policies and procedures to do it well and do it right before we just jump into it. So I want us to ask questions legally of how we can and what we should and effectively the best practices therein before we start gathering all that data. So this is simply just the beginning and the catalyst to move forward and get us going, if that makes any sense.
And I'd like to reiterate that this task force does not stop all other improvements. We will continue as the board of directors to be constantly thinking of ways we can help our licensees implement things. It's not like, oh, we have a task force now, everybody just forget about it, they'll make it all right. Kingdoms, individual kingdoms should continue to move forward and seek your own counsel. You are licensees in charge of the policy that Amtgard International has instated to carry out. You need your own legal counsel. You need to implement the code of conduct to the best of your state with your laws, as we indicated earlier. There's only so much we can do to help you guys. You have a policy, it's written down, get a legal expert in your state to look at the policy and say, how can we best implement that? That would be what our advice to our licensees, and feel free to reach out with rough questions about such things to our legal counsel, but our legal counsel cannot help you on singular bans. They simply don't have the time, right? They can't be like, oh, we have this one individual. You need to work that out in your state to the best of your ability. Hopefully, come a year, the task force will give us all this information and we can create a much better system going forward. But just because we have a task force does not mean that we're not constantly working for direct improvements. Yes, Medrin.
Sorry, I didn't mean to do the little clappy thing. I meant to raise my hand. I do want to let you guys know that part of my job as AI counsel is if you guys do hire an attorney, if you have local counsel and they want to talk about AI policy or any of AI's positioning on things, I'm happy to make time to do that. I'm also happy to make time to chat with Monarchy about those sorts of things, but generally my response is pretty patently going to be, you probably need to talk to local counsel about that because I can't give you a lot of advice. I can tell you that I will interface with counsel or legal representatives that you guys have and do so to the best of my ability, but I'm not going to tell you what to do.
Okay, all right, moving on. And once the task force becomes operational, hopefully one of their things they may do is they'll put out a questionnaire to kind of garner some more information, but that'll be up to them.
Going into the A, B, or D vote, just make sure you slow it down a little because these are going to take more time.
Okay.
Gotcha.
And feel free to do, it's drop down menus for them all, you type them.
No, I'm
Okay, just use initials, I suppose, something simple. Unless you want to call them candidate 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, no, it's.
Oh, your rank.
Yeah. They're going to tell me the ranks.
Then you have to, in your brain.
Yeah.
Put them in the right rank. Okay, so now to elect 2 new members to the Amtgard International Board of Directors. Our current members whose terms are expiring are Smiley and Shannon Call. That is our board president and our board secretary. Immediately after this meeting, the 2 new members will join the board. The outgoing president will dismiss the officers and we will elect 2 new officers to fill those positions. But as for now, we still have the 2 at-large board member seats to fill. So this is going to be ranked choice. I'm going to call your name and you are going to slowly say the candidates you want in order. So if you prefer all 4 candidates, say all 4 names in the order you prefer them. If you only prefer 2 candidates, you say no confidence for the last 2 names. But please say 4 names. If all 4 of those names are no confidence, that's fine. But rank the members how you wish them to be, because the member you rank first will get the most points from your kingdom. All right, Burning Lands, your members.
Guys ready? Okay. Number 1, Robert Lyons. Number 2, Lisa Belkey. Number 3, Kristen Hammock. And Lydia Ray, no confidence.
Special King.
Number 1, Kristen. Number 2, Robert. No confidence, no confidence.
Dragonstein.
Lisa, Robert.
Jim will fill.
Isn't Kristen Linden? Yeah, Linden is Kristen. Oh, what did you say, Linden?
Golden Lake.
Linden, I'm sorry, Kristen, Robert, Faye Wallen, no. Lisa. No, hold on, I'm trying to find it. Yeah, Lisa, no confidence. Yes, no confidence on video.
Polaris. Robert, Lisa, Lydia, Kristen.
Rivermore.
Kristen Hammock, Lisa Belkey, Lydia Ray, Robert Lyons.
Rising Wind.
Kristen Hammock, Lisa Belkey, Robert Lyons, Lydia.
South Door.
Lydia, Kristen Hammock, Robert Lyons, Lisa Bell.
Westmark.
Kristen Hammock, Lydia, Lisa, Robert.
Turkey Road.
Kristen, Lisa, Lydia, Robert.
Blackfire.
Kristen, Lisa, Lydia, Robert.
Crystal Groves.
Lydia, no confidence, no confidence, no confidence.
Golden Vale.
Lisa, Kristen, Lydia, Robert.
Iron Mountains.
Kristen, Lydia, Robert, Lisa.
Northern Lights. Spacebar. Northern Lights. We will come back to you. Northreach.
Lisa, Lydia, Kristen, Robert.
Neverwinter.
Lydia, Kristen, Lisa, Robert.
Meridian Outlands.
Lisa, Lydia, Robert, Kristen.
Winter's Edge.
Kristen, Lisa, Robert, Lydia.
Wetlands.
Christian, Lisa, Robert, Lydia.
Nine Blades.
Lisa, Kristen, Lydia, Robert.
Blizzard Winds.
And Northern Lights, you can physically, there is a menu item. You don't have to use spacebar. You can click unmute.
They wrote in chat as well, Gavin.
Okay. Okay. The XCOM membership officer is going to read off Northern Lights votes. Just read loud enough we can hear them.
Lisa, Lydia, Kristen, Robert.
Desert Winds,
Kristen, Lisa, Lydia, Robert.
okay, we're gonna take a moment to look at these and make sure, and everyone who can see the screen, please review your choices. Make sure they are correct as you wished. Okay, virtual attendees, are your choices appropriate and correct? Remember, high points is good. These are points awarded. So your first choice has 4 points. Yeah, remember it's points. So high is 4 points is your first choice.
Did the Iron Mountains be corrected?
Say again, Iron Mountains.
Okay, looks like I did. Thank you.
Okay, so the results of the Board of Directors electors are Kristen Hammock and Lisa Belkey will be joining the Amtgard International Board of Directors. So congrats to those guys. And we'll look forward to seeing you on a monthly basis. Okay, the last order of business is to elect our XCOM secretary. As you know, there were no other candidates for the position. James has done an absolutely excellent job as XCOM secretary the past 2 years. He's always on point, always takes care of his stuff. He's a great resource for research for the executive committee. When we are scatterbrained and say we don't know something, he can immediately pull it up for us and remind us why he's the best at his job pretty quickly. And I am tempted just to declare him secretary based on this outfit alone. Check out this white suit with a pimpin' yellow shirt at the meeting. I know. Y'all been missing out on this, all you virtual attendees. So, I mean, how can you not reelect the guy? So we'll do this just by a say of yays. For in-person attendees, all who are in favor of reappointing James, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Remote attendees, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Oh, nay, just to be different.
Wetlands, dispense.
I will do my job.
One no
All right,
votes for
so
everything.
James will do his job dutifully and
Not for
promise to
everything.
wear another pimp suit next year. Okay, guys, do we have a motion to adjourn the 2023?
Winter's Edge moves to adjourn.
AICOM.
Neverwinter will second that.
Written outlines well.
All right, we have many seconds for it. All in favor in person of adjourning the meeting, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, virtual attendees, all in favor of adjourning the meeting, say aye.
Square root of minus one.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed?
So before everybody takes off, I want to let you know that it's going to be, oh, that's a decent idea. They also need to sign the.
We'll do that at court.
Oh, oh, yeah, I just wanted to tell you, it's gonna be at least a week before written minutes, but the vote record should be out sometime tonight.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, guys, the Board of Directors meeting is going to be in this same room and recorded on this same meeting. So we are going to reconvene in,
Trying to get hold of Lyndon.
yeah, I messaged her earlier too. We're going to try to get a hold of the newly elected members and go this route.
That's been a hard.
Hey, before we end